All right, let's get started. What to say? What to say? It is Saturday, Saturday, July 20th of 2019. This week has been a rough week for me, which is why I didn't stream during the week. But I'm here today, so it's something. But let's see. I did do a couple of things offline. One of them I spent way too much time on, and it was kind of in the middle of the night, and then ruined my sleep schedule for the rest of the week. But we'll get to that in a sec. But last stream, what we worked on was there's no pull request for it. But last week we worked on was this nightly packaging of pythons or dead snakes. So we set up some of the scripts for the nightly generation, but I never really, we didn't really finish it on stream, but then I ended up hacking on it a little bit afterwards, offline. I hit a bunch of like really annoying things. The first was like, I spent like 6 hours trying to get Travis CI to set up. And like I had all the scripts and I knew the scripts worked because I ran them locally, but couldn't get them to work with Travis for whatever reason. But after hacking that together, after realizing that it was probably Travis CI was the problem, I switched from Travis to Azure Pipelines, and sure enough, everything worked just fine. And that was an interesting one. Although I did have to learn how the credentials system works for Azure Pipelines, because I had never done that before. There's kind of two parts to it. One of them is... where is the first part? The first part is this download secure file thing, which if we go to visualstudio.com, I'll kind of show you how that gets set up. Assuming this actually logs in. Then we go to the Dead Snakes project. Hopefully I can find where in this mess of things this is. Shoot. There's like some library thing I clicked on. Do I have to click on this? That's probably what it was. Also, you can see it took me a lot of builds to get it to pass. Oh yeah, you go to library and then secure files, and you can upload a file that you can extract during pipelines. And so this is how I uploaded the GPG signing key that I used to produce those packages. Hey, what's up, Toddy? How's your Saturday going? But yeah, after I figured that out, it was pretty easy beyond that. I did have to do this tricky thing to like, I wanted to split it into steps so I could see like what step is failing, what step is skipped or whatever. So I had to do this complicated thing where if this script detects an early return, it has to skip every step after that. And it turns out you can do that by running this special echo command. There's these task things, or I forget what they're called, but basically you can tell the CI system to do stuff based on this special output. And so if you can produce this special output, it will set variables for you, which is kind of cool. Or you can also do it to like publish stuff, if I remember right. I used it in one other... I used it in another project to adjust the path, the like execution path. But this is pretty cool, and then you can actually use this variable in any step afterwards, so you can see like this step only runs if skip is not false. Skip is... yeah, no, if skip is false. Reading is hard. But anyway, I got that working, so then I'm able to publish nightly packages of Python 3.7 and 3.8. I didn't set it up for anything else because it felt like these are the only like interesting ones. But there's packages for both Xenial and Bionic for both of those. And they get published once a day. So like these, it ran 4.5 hours ago. It runs at like 8 a.m. my time, mostly because I didn't want it to run exactly in the middle of the night, because then I would be a little frustrated dealing with that. but it seems to have worked. We'll see what happens when the version rolls over. I didn't actually like test all of the scenarios that could possibly come up, so I assume it'll break at some point, but hopefully it'll fix itself. There's a piece of dust on my monitor, and it looked like a dead pixel, which was gonna bother me. There is actually a dead pixel on my monitor right here, which you guys can't see, obviously, but I can, and it's especially prominent when I stream. But oh, that one pixel. And the best part is I'm pretty sure it's been dead for like years, but I only noticed it like 3 or 4 years ago. Anyway, dead pixels suck, but I got nightly set up, so that's pretty cool. The other thing that we worked on a little bit on stream was this remote PDB, this debugger over telnet, essentially. And that stuff got merged. Oh, the other kind of tricky thing that I did that's not covered here. I made a version of Python that's Python 3.10. Python 3.10. And the reason for this, I don't know why Chrome shows me the error page before loading. That seems a little bit broken. But I created Python 3.10. The idea with this is to find bugs before it gets released, because there's a lot of code that does this as a concept, where if we look at it. So let's just do 3.8 for now. There's two things that are useful for finding versions in Python. There's sys.versioninfo and sys.version. This is kind of the parsed version where you can like slice it to get oops, that's not what I want. Version info. You can slice it to get like a tuple. In fact, this is a tuple. It's just like a weird named tuple implemented in C. And so like this is how you're supposed to interact with the version here. However, you can kind of sneakily get it from sys.version 3 or :3, which will get the first 3 characters of this string version. However, you're not really supposed to parse this at all. It's supposed to just be a string and like you don't deal with it. However, I found a lot of code that is doing essentially this, and if we run our little fake Python 3.10 here, and we try and look at sys.version :3, suddenly we're Python 3.1, which is not great. Of course, version info has the correct value, and like the way to reproduce the string that you would want is to do something like this with correct parentheses. So like this will give us 3.10, or it'll give us 3.8 in Python 3.8. But unfortunately, a lot of code does this, and so we probably like the ecosystem needs to fix this before it's before 3.10 is even a thing. But I suspect it's going to be one of those minor versions of Python that's going to be really hard to upgrade to, because everything, like, lots of things will be broken. For instance, I started looking into this, and the first thing that I found was Debian's patching is broken, so I had to fix how Debian patches stuff. Let's see if I have the where did it go? I'll show you the patch for that, which is, yeah, this one. Yeah, so like Debian's site.py was doing sys.version :3, and so I had to switch it to the sys.versioninfo approach. Virtualenv is also broken, which is unfortunate, because Virtualenv being broken means that I couldn't test anything else. Could you explain the star in the format arg? Yeah, sure. So the star there is what's called well, I call it a splat operator. I don't actually know what it's really called. Let me show you some examples here. Basically what it does is it takes an iterable and turns it into positional arguments. So if you had like, let's see, like A, B, C, and you had, let's say, 2 positionals dot format star x. This is roughly equivalent to this. X0, X1, X2. It's roughly equivalent, but it's implemented in the runtime. The reason it's not quite different is because X could be any variable length, and the splat operator will or I guess it's a spread operator if you're familiar with the naming from JavaScript, or literally any other language that influences. That it allows one iterable to be expanded into a bunch of different arguments. You can also do a function which takes a variable number of arguments in the same way, like this. So if we did like f12, we call this function, which takes any number of arguments, it will turn args into a tuple containing each of these. So if we run this, you can see that f got this is a tuple. And there's also spread operators for named arguments, so you can do like f that takes any number of named arguments, f2, sure, and then you can pass this, even though it doesn't explicitly say that it takes an argument called food and an argument called baz. This will get captured by this spread operator here. And you can also do the same with dictionaries too. So if you had like, say like a dictionary that had these keys and these values, you can call f2 with the spread operator. So you can see this first call here led to us collecting this dictionary, and this second call here led us to also retrieve that dictionary. So hopefully that answers your question, Spitfire. But yeah, it's a spread operator. But Michael Fox says, "Hi streamer, do you even lift?" Yes, I do. I do need to fix the emoji because the edges are really bad and the pixels are. So let me show you how Twitch has you configure emojis first of all, and why I wish it was slightly better. Let's see, creator dashboard. First of all, it's really hard to find. It's in like this affiliate. Yeah, whatever, go away. Affiliate. Is this where it is? No. Channel? Okay, good. It didn't show my stream key. Where the hell is it? Maybe it is in this. Oh, here it is. Emotes. So they give you an emote, and I can't change it. Okay, well then maybe I can't show you. But anyway, they have you upload 3 sizes, and they're like 3 really weird sizes. I have them on my desktop here. Let's see. So the smallest size is 28 by 28. Then they have one that's, I think, 56 by 56. Yeah. And then they have one that's 112 by 112. And unfortunately, the way I made this emoji was I designed it at 112 by 112 because I thought it would use that more often in the UI and just like downscale it for you so you get sharpness but still like retina display. But no, they most often show the 28 by 28. So what I should have done is designed the emoji using the 28 by 28 size and then scaled it up, and then it would be sharp at every resolution. Instead, I scaled it down. Now it's blurry and looks awful, but I'll fix it one day. But not today, unfortunately. But yes, there's an emote. The dumpster needs more loud colors. Really? Because I feel like the current colors are kind of loud, although they're muted a little bit from the blurring. This is new music, so I'm very like surprised by the sounds I'm hearing. But anyway. Toddy says kernel driver not installed, RC equals negative 1908. Oh, secure booting VirtualBox? Yeah, good luck, man. I think I set that up once for work. Let's see, secure boot VirtualBox. This is probably going to be exactly the same error that you're seeing. Where's the... Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna be the first to admit that I don't actually run secure boot, so I can't help you, I'm sorry. But yeah, back to what I was talking about. So I was trying to fix things for Python 3.10, and it turns out virtualenv is kind of broken because it was doing this. Well, this is not different. It was doing sys.version:3 all over the place, and so I had to fix that in a bunch of places. But then I was able to run virtualenv, so we can kind of show that. Yay, virtualenv works, but away. But yeah, so there's a lot of other stuff that's kind of broken with Python 3.10. The other thing being pip, which assumes, again, for the same reason that you're running Python 3.1. In fact, the version string even points out Python 3.1. But if you go and try and install things, it will install really old packages that aren't really intended for the Python version that it's actually running. Do I risk too much if I disable secure boot? I mean, I'm not a security professional. Let's see, why should I enable secure boot? I think it's, I mean, obviously it's more, one would hope it's more secure given its name. But I think what it is essentially protecting against is some other thing overriding your operating system and then like bypassing other stuff. Which, no, it's a pretty slim attack vector that it's protecting against. Sure, go away. Sure, it's probably important, but I don't know. What? This person's like, don't use Windows, install Linux. That's surely an answer to the problem. But I don't know. Are you like doing Windows secure boot or are you doing like Linux secure boot? I know it's different there. Like it was pretty straightforward for me. Well, you must be doing Linux because the way the Windows drivers work are not actually kernel drivers, but yeah, that's a thing. Sorry, I just got an email from a PR that I was supposed to merge. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, it did work. It's just, I don't know why Chrome does that. It's so obnoxious. But yeah, I was just gonna merge this. This was a little patch that I made to PyTest, which I just reordered one of the lines to fix a test because it was failing when run by itself. But anyway, that's enough recap. Let's actually write some code. So the bug that I want to fix today is in precommit, which if you're not familiar with what precommit is, precommit is a Git hooks and linter runner framework that I wrote. Basically the way it works is you configure a bunch of hooks as Git repos, and it handles installing and running them, and it knows things about Git hooks. So if you wanna use it in Git hooks, it works great for that. It also works good for continuous integration and basically taking a bunch of linters and putting them all in the same spot. But there's this fun bug that my coworker found, in that if you run autoupdate, I don't know if it's particular to this repo, but this was the repo that we noticed it in. Autoupdate will flip back and forth between two versions because reasons, I guess. Oh yeah, MXR is the one who found this, so that's who. I did report this as a bug to the Git mailing list, and it definitely looks like a bug to me. However, I didn't get any response from this for the first part, so I'm just gonna try and fix precommit, and that probably means making auto updates slightly slower, but I think that's probably for the best. But yeah, let me set up the broken state first. I have this little script here that will give me a new version of Git so that I can reproduce this bug, because the version on Ubuntu is too old. Git version, or the version on 1804 is too old. This doesn't support the new v2 protocol, and so it doesn't know how it doesn't actually trigger this shallow fetch thing. So let me shallow clone. I forget which version of Git this is needed. This was it. Allow shallow cloning. What version of Git is needed for this? 2.5, that was not the version that works with this because of GitHub. 2.6, also not the version, or 2.7. Dang it. Let's see, GitHub protocol version 2. Where's the Git version? 2.18. So we can't use it, or I can't use it by default because I'm running 2.17. So fortunately, I can easily build Git from source, and then we can use that newer version. I'm on an HP laptop with 1804 from factory bought Windows 10. Yeah, then you should probably set up secure boot, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how to set up secure boot, so I'm unfortunately not too much help there. Because my work laptop, I had like a custom bootloader, so it didn't really matter whether I had secure boot or not. Mindful Flag says, are there pre-commit hooks for Java? So pre-commit itself doesn't have support for Java yet, although I have seen people using it for Java. And it wouldn't be too hard, in my opinion, to add support for Java written hooks. It would just need someone to implement a language for Java, and it would probably just like invoke Maven and tell Maven where to put the binaries and then run from that. I did write up some docs on how to make a new language, I think. Adding support for a new hook language, yeah. So I kind of went through the details of all the APIs that need to be implemented here. We have like kind of several different classes of languages. For Java, let's see. For Java, I think it would be a second class hook. So zeroth class is just like pre-commit implements the actual backing, so like fail and pygraph are examples. First class is pre-commit will create an environment and download the interpreter for that. And so currently it only does that for Node and Ruby, and it only does that for Ruby on POSIX and macOS. It doesn't work on Windows. I planned at some point to make an environment manager for Ruby, but I never got around to it. Well, I never finished it. I did get around to it. Ruby VM, and I actually use this project all the time, but it doesn't work on Windows yet. But the idea is like I didn't want Bash RC, I didn't want shim executables, and I didn't want to override CD like RBM. Or wait, is it RVM? I forget. One of them is really wacky. The other one is shims. Oh, RVM is the one that's really wacky. RBM is the one that's shims. But unfortunately, and this is what pre-commit currently uses on POSIX. But unfortunately, RBM is a giant pile of bash. And so it's not super useful on non-POSIX platforms. But yeah, those are first class. Second class is it assumes that there's something already installed. So in this case, it would like assume the JVM is there, or like assume Maven is there, and run whatever Maven build or whatever the conventional command is to compile Maven dependencies. Or it could use a different building. I think Maven's the most popular one right now, so I think that would probably make the most sense. And then there's third class, which is like really no support at all, and that's just script and system for now, where Precommits like, you know better than I do, you implement the script and make it happen, and yeah. But yeah, third class is usually the easiest to set up. In an ideal world, it would be useful to support all three of these platforms. This is roughly my priority order, but it doesn't really matter all that much. There's a lot of examples in Precommit languages. These are the three most recently added ones, and so they're probably the most like complete or correct that you would go off of. And then this just goes into the API that you have to implement. In the case of Java, you would probably only implement environment dir. You can skip these ones. You would implement install environment and run hook. Although run hook is usually like 2 lines, so it's really the complicated part is this install environment bit. But that's how you add languages. That's what's missing there. Yes. Anyway, cries in Java. At least you're not crying in JavaScript. Could be worse. Yeah. Okay, so I just built git from source. There should be temp git bin. Yeah. So if I do path equals temp git bin path, and then I do which git, ask for its version. Yeah, so now I'm running git 2.22, which is new enough to have this bug in it. Let's see if the bug still happens. I know it's a problem, but I don't know if, because I made several releases since 1.20.1. Oops. Okay, so it goes from 1.21 to 1.20.1 to 1.21. And does this revert it? Oh, what the fuck? Dang it. That's annoying. So now I can't reproduce it. Okay, but I know it's a problem. So why is this different now? I'll try this and see if that changes the situation. Oh, I know why. Because I hadn't shell cloned? Maybe? Aw, why can't I reproduce it now? Ugh. Okay, well that's annoying. It's also possible. Oh, I wonder if they just fixed this in a newer version of Git. Because I was using, what version was I using? It's gonna be really annoying if I can only reproduce this on macOS. So this is 2.20, which is slightly different. I still haven't really set up my Mac, so I don't have anything installed. Let's see if this shows the bug. Nope. Of course not. Why would it show the bug? Why? Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I think I can fork. Maybe if I fork my repo and delete the latest tag, it'll show this bug again. So I have several GitHub orgs and user accounts where I can just like muck around with stuff. What do you mean permission denied? Let's delete the 1.21 tag. Oh, and this has to be this new repo. Upgraded it. Okay, there we go. Now we have the loop. We have the broken state. But can I reproduce that over here? Okay, upgraded. And it loops, yay! Okay, so it's still broken, but it's like a weird, sometimes broken situation. I don't know what's different about this and why deleting that one tag changed this situation, and that really bothers me. And I don't actually know the real bug here, so I'm just like. This is one of those parts of software where I want to know the answer, but at the same time, I think I'm okay just like paving over it. This is why I love and hate computers. Is weird stuff like this, but I know how to work around it. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm gonna be able to write a test for it, but we'll try. Toddy couldn't find the setting. I'm scared of the beep in the BIOS when you push an incorrect key. Yeah, that, oh, man. The first time that I messed with the BIOS and didn't realize that the volume setting is basically set to 1000 on start, it's just like, oh, buddy. Oh, let me clean up that directory. So the first thing with this is the way that auto update works. So the first thing that it does is it clones the repo. Well, yeah, start with the pre-commit config. So the goal of auto update is that it takes these versions and bumps them to the latest version. And the way it does that is by looking at the clone of this repo and then fetching the latest version and then asking what tag that what the closest tag to that version is. And it does that by using git describe -- tags. And you can also run auto update in a kind of like bleeding edge mode where it doesn't really care about tags. It'll just try and get the very, very latest version. And in that case, it uses -- exact. That way, it'll find a tag if it's the very latest version, but if the very latest version is not a tag, it'll fall back to just rev parse. And there's a couple of problems here. We'll probably solve the other ones later. The first thing that I noticed when reading this, and this is just because I didn't know at the time, and I think it's always been this way, you can have a default branch in a Git repo that's not named master, and right now precommit assumes that the hook repos have a default branch named master. And so I'd like to change this to describe the latest version, which probably means changing this, but I don't actually know enough on the right way to do that. So we'll figure that out together. But yeah, these two will have to change. But I think that'll be a separate patch. In this patch, I just need to avoid this clone, I think. Maybe. Hey, what's up, Sergey? Hello, what are you working on today? There's this kind of funny bug in pre-commit where if you run auto update on new versions of Git, it'll bounce back and forth between two versions, even though it should have just like grabbed the latest one and stuck there. Hey, what's up, Douglas Correa? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Yeah. It's just to keep you on your toes, you know? You never know what version you're gonna pick. And sometimes you're gonna downgrade mysteriously. Auto update should never downgrade in my mind, but apparently it can right now, which is silly. But I think the way to fix this is to just adjust this command, or the way this command works here. But I don't quite know the right way to do that. Let's see. I think what I probably need to do is just clone the repo separate from the pre-commit storage and do the auto update git operations on that. Are you going to write a test for this bug? I don't think I can. I legitimately don't think I can. I spent like, let's see. Where's the actual bug? Here it is. I spent a good like 2 or 3 hours trying to come up with a minimal reproduction for this bug, and I couldn't actually factor out this repo and GitHub. So I think it is a bug with Git, but I could not reproduce it for the life of me. And so I've already spent like 3 hours trying to reproduce this, I'm not going to spend 3 hours more trying to write a test to also reproduce this. I mean, I could, but I think it's not worth my time. So I'm gonna try and just like fix it and then validate it with this this execution here. But first, let's look at how we do clones today. Okay. If the repo is a directory, then we grab its abs path. Kind of makes sense. And then we run get init, we add the remote. Oh, and we use this no git env. And we try the shallow clone first, and this is kind of where the problem is coming from. Like, a shallow clone is not auto-updating properly. And then we try a complete clone after that. Again, in an ideal world, I would be able to use this complete clone, but I also don't actually need to run this or this. Like, I really only need to run fetch. So maybe I just write my own temporary clone. Yeah. Let's do that. Yeah. So I need to, where do I have a tempter function? I do have a tempter function. Okay. So that's part of it. So I need like a temp getter. With tempter as tempter. And I can write a type annotation because this is, oh actually no I can't because it's a generator. Dang it. Well, because this would have been generator stir none. But I don't have a dependency on typing yet, and I haven't set up MyPy for this repo, so I'll just not annotate it. Okay. Oh, this is the wrong file. That's why I'm not finding this code. Okay, so in the current clone, it runs this no get env. I don't know that that's super necessary here because, whatever, I'll do it anyway. No get env. Kind of just setting up the same command as on the left. Root add origin repo. Oh, but we need this same. We need this code here. Which is annoying. And it's like kind of, this part's a little bit spaghetti. Because what happens is this gets called, it calls new repo with a clone strategy callback, which calls this, which calls shallow clone with a get command callback. And this eventually calls this. So it's just, it's very ping pong, kind of. It's not that hard to follow, it just would be better if it wasn't. Make strategy. Hey, what's up, Dizzy Dent 2? How's your Saturday going? Oh, it's distance. Hey, what's up? I know you. Dat flow. Whoa. Oh, are you talking about the control flow here, Mindful Fox? I wish there were timestamps on. I guess I can get it from here. No, there's no timestamps. I don't know. I don't know which particular thing you're talking about, but I assume you're talking about this weird control flow. Oh yeah, the control flow. Yeah, it's for reasons ish. It's because the main reason is that local repositories do their own tricky stuff here to pretend to be a Git repo. Mostly so Go can do its weird Git-based build stuff, which actually, at some point, I should probably make support for Go modules in pre-commit, because I don't think that currently works, but I don't know enough about Go modules, so I would have to relearn Go again to do that. But maybe we'll get to that today. Who knows? We'll be overly ambitious. Anthony, I'm starting to get tired of watching people on Twitch play a game that plays itself. What game are you playing that plays itself? Like most video games? Or do you always write nested functions? No. I usually try and avoid them, mostly because it's hard to test the inner stuff here. Unfortunately, this code kind of has evolved into a very nested function world. Sometimes they can make the code more clear, though. In this case, I think it makes it hard to follow. But I think I'm trying to figure out where... Let's see. Okay, we call this new repo. Where is the make strategy called? Directory. What does directory come from? Oh, I see. The problem is I want this logic and I want this logic, but I don't want the bounce. So I could convert this to a function, but is it really worth worrying about those 4 lines of duplication? Pikachu says, hi, first time here, just 10 seconds in, I can't hold it anymore. Emacs, something something awesome, you should try it. I have used Emacs before. I've also used Vim before. I know, I'm using Nano like a noob. You can just pretend it's Emacs. Just ignore this up here. Key combos are pretty much the same. It's not a full IDE, but you still have to press Control X to quit, so... Draconian developer says that noobs use PyCharm. I don't know. If PyCharm worked better for me, I think I would probably use it. Pros use PyCharm. Yeah, see, my chat is just here to have wars about editors. It's perfect. Hey, what's up, Draconian developer? Thank you for the follow. JetBrains IDE is written in Java. I mean, it could be Eclipse. I used to use Eclipse way back in the day. Hey, what's up, Pikachu? Thank you for the follow. I assume that you're going off of a Pikachu pun there, which I very much approve, because I really like Pokemon. Oh man, everyone is just following right now. Hey, what's up, Ox Hunter? Thank you for the follow. Eclipse in 2019. Oh, I need to make like bang still. I need to make this a command, but it's not a command yet. Actually, let's just do that. We're derailing. We're gonna make a Twitch chatbot command right now. Let's see. We'll make it here, I guess. Handle message. Bang still. Do you have anything else? What's the ping one? Oh, so we need to do this here. Okay, so we're gonna make a still command. Match. So it can be like, lol, still Eclipse in 2019. Oh boy, I'm so far behind. Of course, I see you are a man of culture. Yeah, well, we'll make it happen. Hey, what's up, Sarcastic Dante? I don't know if I said hi already, but if I didn't, then hello again. Bang still Nano, yeah. Ox Hunter says, can I partner with your Discord server? I have no idea what that means. So you'll have to explain that to me. I love it when my IDE crashes with java.lang.stack overflow error. That's pretty special if you can get that going. Ghosty Teddy asks, is your bot open source? Yeah, everything that I do on stream is open source. So this GitHub org houses all of my projects for YouTube, Twitch, etc. And this is my chatbot. Is that org/twitch-chat-bot. There's some uncommitted changes that are in this in my current checkout because I've been working on a bang subscribers command. I said bang and not what was I saying last week? I was saying pound last week, but no, I got it right this time. It's bang. But I was working on a bang subscribers command. I never finished it because it has requirements for like weird permissions and stuff, and I don't know. It's a lot of work, and I haven't tried to fix it yet. Oh, I'm missing a colon. Yeah. Thank you, Metal Storm. I would have found it eventually, but good catch. Glad to have Twitch chat to fix that for me. I wrote my Discord scraper using idle. Not good for those using the UCS2 encoding. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about idle. Every time I've tried to use it, it's just been like, why would anyone use this? I don't understand. Sometimes I write 2,000 lines of code in Python files and PyCharm works really slow. Interesting. Was it bang last week? I thought bang's the right one, right? Yeah, bang is definitely the right one. That's exclamation mark. Not losing my mind. Tkinter can't display emojis. Yeah, that's pretty broken. That's super broken. So sounds like not the best strategy to use Tkinter. So we can get an affiliation. I don't know what that means, Oxhunter. I really don't. I'm such a noob on Discord and Twitch and all these things that you'll have to explain it to me. Oh, that we advertise each other's channels. I'll have to check out your channel. Send me a link. And I'll look into it. Or send me a link on Discord. That's probably the best way to get me to look at it. Discord's probably the easiest, because then that way I'll remember. But you can always post links in chat too. I'm Asotilly on Discord, so if you check out the Discord here, this is me. I'm the blue dude here. But yeah, I gotta implement this Mindful Fox. You're right. How did this work before? Where's the ping command? I know I need to escape it so that you guys don't steal my stuff. Alright, I need escape. Here's what I wanted to look at. Okay, so we need to respond with rest in year, and then let's just we'll put a lol after it. Year equals date time dot date dot today dot year. Oh, sweet. Date time dot date dot today dot year, and then random dot choice. Is that how this works? Yeah. This is how we'll do our lol. Random.choice. Undefined name random, okay. RE import random. URL is assigned to, yeah, we never implemented that. Okay, we'll restart this now. So now we should be able to use still. Oh, did I escape that properly? Wait a second. Let me make sure I escaped that properly. Still. Okay, did. Alright, we're good. Didn't want you guys splatting out my token because I made a bad format string. Okay, so now you can do still, Alright, it's pretty good. Alright, I'm so far back. Let's see, what is your tag in Discord? Answered that. Still Nano, didn't implement that. He's the one with the tiara. Yeah, that is how Discord works, right? I have a tiara. Send in a DM. Anyone else interested in a cybersecurity Discord who wants to check it out? Yeah, I'm sure someone would if you want to. Yes, Mindful Fox with the targeted question about the benefits of secure boot. I'm not worked with Tkinter in over a year. Yeah, I mean, the thing that I did in Tkinter was like a very Hello Worldy type diagram, and didn't ever really finish it. It was just kind of like a oh no, I was intentionally using lol. I was intentionally using lol as a temporary variable. It's not meaningless. It's like it's actually I think it's actually the correct variable name here. Right? Surely that's the right variable name. This is just a bunch of still spam. You guys aren't gonna break it. Or at least I hope not. You'd have to like somehow break the current year, I think, in order for, because these are the only ones that are not protected. But it does escape the format characters here, so it's not susceptible to the vulnerability you're looking for. Because it definitely was when I first wrote the bot on stream, and you guys were very, very close to showing my stream key in the chat. But it would have been pretty funny if you guys got my stream key. Funny in a sad way. Okay, and the random module, that's the code that we still haven't reproduced yet. This is the still command, and that's the command I haven't finished yet. And bang still. What do you think about the loads, dumps functions that are used by the standard Python packages like JSON? Do you think it is a good naming convention? I think the naming convention is fine. There's some stuff that I don't like about it. Like I can never remember pydog JSON.dump. I can never remember the order of whether it's supposed to be object and then file pointer or file pointer and then object. So like I always struggle with this function for whatever reason. But beyond that, I think the API is fine. It is a little bit weird it is a little bit, what was I gonna say? It is weird to kind of encode the type name in the function name. Like dump and dumps aren't maybe the greatest names. Oh, what the fuck? What? What is going on here? Oh, I know what happened here. I upgraded Python 3.8 and some stuff changed. We can just, oh, that's not good. That's really not good. It's fine. We'll ignore that. But yeah, like I think the S on the end of the name is kind of fine in Python because it's pretty dynamically typed, but I don't know. This API trips me up all the time. I have to look it up almost every time. Programmers suck at naming things. Just look at YAML. Yeah, where yes and no are booleans. Super, super awesome. Oxhunter says, can I promote my Discord channel here? Yeah, go for it. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, links are open. Have at it. Michael Fox, C sharp, C bang, yeah. Now let me see pound, buddy. What is this clip? Is this the clip from last week? This is probably a clip from last week.
We are anonymous.
Yeah, it is.
We are legion. We do not forget. We do not forget. Expect us.
It's a good clip. Good clip. I was thinking it was something like from bytes to bytes, from stream to stream. It would be better. Yeah, I think so. Like I can agree with that. Yeah, the reason these stack traces that I ignored up here, the reason that they're broken is this virtualenv This virtualenv was built with Python 3.8 beta 0, and the Python 3.8 that I have at my system is beta 2. And so because these two versions are different, they changed how the compile function works in between beta 1 and beta 2, and so this argument is no longer a thing. But that's why this crashed up here and why I just ignored it. I could actually fix it by deleting this virtualenv and recreating it, but then I'd have to take down Twitch chat for a while. So, I mean, maybe I can do that because I'm not gonna remember to do this later. So I'm just gonna quickly kill this virtualenv. Oops. If you want to type nano and Windows and Linux in the chat, right now is your small window to do it without getting chastised by the bot. And it's gone. Okay, so now it shouldn't do that anymore. In theory. Yes. Wait, why is this never... Oh, this is intentional because I didn't, what did I do? This is intentional because I never finished implementing these things. This is the breakpoint to find the bug in the event loop, because I'm pretty sure there's a bug in the event loop, because last time, maybe it was last week or maybe it was 2 weeks ago. I think it was last week when I was implementing the keyboard commands. It was infinite looping and doing some dumb stuff, but but anyway, okay, that works. We'll get back to pre-commit. Let me catch up on chat first though. From bytes could be stir.decode encoding. Yeah, it would be nice. So actually, now that you mention that, I worked on a package at Yelp called Yelp Bytes, which in fact uses exactly that same API. So there's a from bytes. There's from bytes and 2 UTF-8, and from UTF-8 and 2 native. And these are just kind of better names for encode and decode. But anyway, that was something that I had worked on at my previous company. Links are open in 2019, lol. Oh, your server's a capture the flag kind of server. That's kind of cool. You didn't post the link though. It got cut off. So you'll have to post the link. GNU. GNU is not Unix. Yes, it's a infinite acronym. Oh no. What is this? This is a very short word in Japanese. Wait, why does it say did you mean nano? Confused. Or is this how you would...
Nano. 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 Nano.
Wait, why is it different each time?
Nano. 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 Nano.
Like one of the times it's short, like nano, and then it's nano.
Nano. Nano. nano,
Uh, yeah, that's great.
nano,
I approve. I did mean yeah. Certainly beats my method of dealing with special characters in my scripts. This is your Discord scraper? Fix UTF error. Oh boy. Yeah, that I assume that's the function that you're talking about. But oh boy. This is fine. This part's fine. But this part is what? This seems to be how you get Mojibake. Oh, you posted it in the Discord server. Okay, cool. That works too. I spent a long time trying to get that script to run in Python 2.7 and Python 3. Which API are you using for Discord? Oh, you're just using like urllib. Okay. Seems good. Although wait, where does this come from? Oh, I see you wrote a request. 2.7. Else not supported. Cool. Yeah, seems good. Shush phone. That's Discord, right? Shush. I'll look at Discord later. Jay Al says, Yoy, that's my nickname. Nano is your nickname? Yeah, I actually haven't played with Discord bots at all, but maybe I'll do that at some point too. But anyway, let's get back to the actual pre-commit stuff. No comments because I've yet to finalize the script. Comments aren't that important anyway. Sometimes only write comments if I think it's going to be hard to understand. Not to mention Discord doesn't like my method of scraping. Yeah, that wouldn't really surprise me all that much. Okay, so I think what I can do... Yeah. I think I can make an init repo function which will take this code kind of and factor it out. Do we call init anywhere? No. So we're going to initialize at this path using this remote. Get init path. And then if it's not path, but is there remote equals yeah, so this will abstract away this logic, hopefully. Get remote and origin. Remote. So I should be able to get rid of this, and then init repo directory, and then repo. maybe that is not the worst. Although it runs this command a bunch of times, so this is slightly more efficient. Okay. That seems fine. This should still be broken though. What's our diff so far? I made this function that I'm not going to use. I don't think I'll need condice lib. I will need this. I messed up the spaces in this file. Somehow. Okay, so that's all I've done so far. I've moved this logic into init repo. Let's make sure the tests aren't broken. Just from that refactor, they should be. They should be fine. Nope. Should be get.init repo. Get is not defined. It's right here. What? Oh. Here's where get is not defined. I see. So by working, it's very broken. Okay, now it works. Cool. Sanity restored. I had to put a warning on the wiki on the GitHub page. Oh yeah, makes sense. Use the same file. Okay, so now we know that that works. We need to change how this works. So right now what it's doing is it's cloning from the, or it's using the pre-commit cloning mechanism to get the path, but we want to not use a shallow clone here. So we need to make our own temporary directory. And we can do that by doing import tempter. I think this is the same code. Yeah, maybe? It's at least fixed now, but let's see if the tests work. Test commands, autoupdate. Okay, so that at least fixes that bug, I think. It is a little bit slower because this has to fetch 100% of the time. And so there's always going to be this pause here, where before there wasn't always a pause, because it sometimes pre-cloned the repo. But I think that's fine, because this command, you don't really care about the performance of this command, I think, because it's not part of the critical path. Just a little frustrating. Let's see, if we do a white space diff, it's more clear what's happening. Actually, I think this Does this white space help make it more readable? Maybe a little bit. Actually, I think this makes it more readable. Yes, I think that makes it more readable. Sarcastic Dante says, gotta go, have a nice stream. Thanks for stopping by, friend. I'm sure I'll see you around. I tend to make it out to most streams anyway, so happy to have you, and have a good one. Okay, so white space diff, we added tempter here. And we moved the initialization logic into there. Actually, let's see if there's any other places where we call get init. Get dot star init. Not in this tab. Let's see. Lots of places. So we might be able to. That's submodules. Those aren't useful. There's a get init call. I think this is equivalent. Can I just do that though? Get init dot get remote add origin unknown. Seems to be fine with that. Okay, so I think that can go away too. There's a get init in here as well. Music, why did you stop? Yes, I'm still watching. If you don't know, the way I do my music is I have a YouTube playlist open and I just let it play. But pretty often it's like, hey, you're using our free bandwidth. Please don't. Okay, so that one I can't replace. And there's tests. Tests, conf test. This one I also can't replace. Same with that one. And this one also can't replace. Okay, cool, it's fine. But we got rid of another one. Just make sure the store still works. Cool. Fix auto updates to always use non-shallow clone. Okay, so that should be a fix for that bug. Then we'll work next on non-default or non-master default branches. Man, I keep getting emails from Instacart. They really want me to work there. Maybe if I worked in Toronto, that would be cool. But I don't know, I feel bad like saying no to recruiters all the time. Breadstick0 says, is this the pre-commit auto-update flip-flop bug fix? Was it a Git issue after all? Yes, this is a fix for that. I'm just working around the bug in Git. Let me show you my patch. So before what it was doing, so this is essentially the difference. Before what it was doing is it was using the pre-commit clone, which was the shallow clone. But now auto update is just going to always make a full clone, and work that way. But yeah, this is a fix for that. It definitely feels like a bug in Git to me, but I never got to the point where I could make a reproducible test case to hand someone. And in fact, like it stopped failing with PyUpgrade until I deleted an extra tag, and so I had to I basically made a clone or a fork of PyUpgrade that doesn't have the 1.21 tag, which for whatever reason seems to fix things. And so that's what I'm going with. But yeah, I was working on that bug, working on your bug, friend. But it's fixed. Unfortunately, like I couldn't write a test for it because I don't know how to reproduce it. So other than this repo, and I don't really want to like have my tests have a dependency on a random GitHub repo because that seems kind of broken. But did I push? No. So I'll make a PR for this. Actually, the test will finish pretty quickly, but we'll be able to move on to some other fix at the same time. Oh, the unfortunate thing is the next thing I wanted to work on would conflict with this. So maybe I'll find something else to play around with while this builds. Oh, another cool feature of GitHub that is kind of something that they don't really advertise anywhere, or maybe they do. Oh, they do. It's in this little button here. But you can view whitespace only diffs. What did it? Oh, are they doing some sneaky push state stuff here? What is the current URL? Console. Window.location. That is not what I saw it as being. Like when I clicked this button, there's like a sneaky redirect. I'm pretty sure they're actually just like hiding. If we watch this, yeah, there's like UTF-8 equals checkmark whitespace equals. But the way it used to work is you could put question mark W equals 1 into the URL, and then it will show you a whitespace only diff. Oh, and it gets rid of that now. Huh, weird. That still works though, it's just kind of sneakily hidden away. You could also do like M equals 3 if you want to find like moves, but I don't know, there's no moves happening here, so it's not super helpful in this particular case. Let me find this issue 1076. Sols 1076. But yeah, unfortunately, because the next thing that I want to work on conflicts with this, we kind of have to wait for this to finish. And this is going to take 15-ish minutes, or 10 minutes. But I'm going to find something else to work on. Let me go through the GitHub issues, because I haven't done that in a while. Keep that open, don't need that anymore. This is the issue that we're fixing. Okay, so this is what I wanted to look into. This person in particular has this pattern that kind of bothers me, where they'll create a GitHub issue, and then I'll reply to it, and reply to it twice, and then they'll just never say anything again. Which, it's fine, like, that's okay, I guess. It just bothers me. But what they're asking is if there's a way to make pre-commit auto-install itself, and I use this wacky shell command thing to do that. But I want to finally look into whether pre-commit can work with Git templates. What is the Git repo templates? Creating a template repository. No, that's not what we want. Is it this one? No, go away. This has a get repo fast car. No, this is not what I want either. This is what I want, maybe. No. Dang it, man. Maybe get hook templates. This looks like what I want. Get config -- global init.templatedir. Okay, because what happens is pre-commit writes out this templated contents, but I wager that, like, because everything else in the script is static except for this string right here and these 4 lines here. And I think if I made a template that set this to true and used just the defaults here, then that would work, maybe? Let me try that. First, let's get rid of this prompt command so that when I cd into X, it doesn't. Oh, dang it. I gotta restart my shells. Right. So when I cd into X, it doesn't do anything yet. There's no pre-commit hook here. Yeah, that's the sample file. It's you. Zoomed by too quickly. Restic0 says, do you hate resolving merge conflicts or something? I mean, I do, but I guess I could start working on it and then just fix the merge conflict later. You know what? Fine. We'll do that. Actually, let me look into this first. I'm so close to figuring this out. But you're right. I could just resolve the merge conflict. But I do like to avoid merge conflicts whenever possible because it is just kind of annoying. Okay, how's this supposed to work? Reinitialize get. Huh. If you already have a hook, this will not overwrite it. That's pretty cool. That's really cool. I like that. Do what you want to do. I don't even subscribe. Thanks, friend. You don't actually subscribe. At least you follow though. Make dir hooks and then then we want to do set this to true and and probably set this, but presumably pre-commit would fill this out for them, and so I wouldn't have to worry about this. But now if I go into this directory and do get init, that didn't work. Why didn't it work? Oh, I didn't set the get config. Is it init.templatedir? Oh, I did Control Shift C instead of Control C. templater. Get in it. Oh, breadstick. We added a command that you'll like. Did this work though? Yeah, that seems to work. So maybe this is a documentation thing? Although... I think this might be a new command. Let's just reply to this. Put quotes to be as correct as possible here. I'm sure someone will be like, oh, but you should use quotes there. Using the template, but with... What is the command? I never use it. Install dash help. It is allow missing config. Okay, that seems like a reasonable feature. Maybe I'll work on that after I get this get stuff working. Okay. This is still running. Oh, this is failing. What are we mad about here? Recommit.get has no attribute init. Oh. Needs more my pie. Yeah, it's called init underscore repo, not just init. Rerun the Go tests, those should pass. That's annoying. Okay, cool. We don't need that tab anymore. Don't need the latest version of Git anymore. We don't need this exter. And we don't need this templater. Or this directory. Or that directory. Okay. Path grade, or not path grade. Auto update. Non-master default branch. Okay, so we're gonna fix auto update for the situation where the default branch is not master. So I think that's broken right now. let's set up a demo of this. So let's say that the default branch is called dev for whatever reason. Make it pre-commit hooks.yaml, which is still a top-level list, but I don't know if I'll ever change that API. One thing that I've learned while making pre-commit is a very important API design, in that generally your return values or your API endpoints, or configuration files in this case, should not have a top-level list. And this is because it's really hard to, it's impossible to extend them to add more data to them without making a huge breaking change. And actually this happened in pre-commit. I haven't released the breaking part of it. So pre-commit allows both list and not list in the config file, but make sure to not have my mistake. Foo name foo entry echo foo language system. So just a very basic hook. Pre-commit try repo dot. Yeah. So you can see that it's just a very simple hook that just prints foo and always passes, and the file names that gets passed to it. Add hooks file. We'll give it 0.0.0. Consuming. Is that what I call it? Hooks repo? Yes. Okay, so we can see it works. But if I run pre-commit auto update, I believe it crashes. Yeah, we get this fatal ambiguous argument origin / master. So cool. So this is what I expected. Well, I expected it to be broken, I guess. So now we'll write some tests and then fix it. I reuse one of these others. Probably. Out of date repo. Let's try that test auto update. Let's see if we have a similar test in here. Probably right before this local hooks test. Test auto update non-master default branch. Actually, I don't even need an out-of-date repo. I can use the up-to-date repo as well. I think. We'll find out. What did I do here? This is what I want. Yeah, so this test should be passing because I haven't adjusted it from above. Make config from repo. How does this function work? Oh, it just grabs the current revision? Okay, so I think what I can do is just call the other test up here. No, we don't need to duplicate this here, but we do need to modify this repo to not have master be its default branch. So that's what we're going to try and do. Have in the way of branches. Okay, so we have that, and if we rename it to dev, and the default branch is dev, so that should make that work. Gotta go have a good stream sesh. Thanks for stopping by, Breadstick. I'll see you around. So we should be able to just run this command here. This one. Change default branch to be not master. So that should give us a failing test. Yes, in fact it does, which is good. But now I need to figure out how to fetch just the remote. See. Fetch default branch get. Is that just capital head, maybe? Looks like I need to do fetch head dash dash tags. Yeah, that seems to work. Git fetch origin head tags. And then instead of origin slash master, we use fetch head. How many words per minute you type in? I don't know. I haven't done a speed test on this since. This is not helpful. I haven't done a speed test on this new keyboard, but the last keyboard was like 80-ish words per minute. Hey, what's up, Boplo, by the way? Thank you for the follow. What? Okay, 190, something like that. It's pretty good. It's not so bad. Accuracy was pretty bad though, but whatever. Good enough. That is faster than my old keyboard, so I think my new keyboard is making me a faster / better typer, which makes sense. It has better, what is the word, feedback. But anyway, around 100. Is it hard to learn programming? I don't think it's hard to learn programming. I think it's impossible to be very, 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 like, very good at it. Like, even sometimes I don't think I'm that great at programming, but I don't know. I think learning is pretty easy. Like, honestly, almost all of the stuff that I know about programming is just from, like, Google and, like, Google searching and Stack Overflow. Fetch head. Where is that test that I was running? Is it this tab? Cool. That works. But yeah, I think learning to program is pretty easy. Like, I think the advice that I usually give for people who want to learn to program is to find some task that you do all the time that you're like, you know, it'd be really great if something did this for me, or things like here's one that really annoys me. I use Discord all the time, and I use it in the web browser, which I know you should probably download the app and whatever. But I found that, like, even though I'm logged in right now, I go to discord.gg, which redirects to discordapp.com, and I would really love it if it just clicked this button for me whenever Discord loads. And so one way that I could do that, so if I go to discord.gg, one way that I can do that is with a little bit of code. So I have this user script manager called Tamper Monkey. On Firefox is called Grease Monkey, which Firefox is what I usually use. And so what I can do here is make myself a user script. We'll call it Discord redirect. We'll give it a namespace. This is just like whatever your domain is. So we'll use acetilly.dev version 0. Description. Just let me redirect, please. Author me. Match this URL and grant none. We don't actually care about grant. And then I can just write some JavaScript code that does exactly what I want it to do right here. So I can do like window.location equals this. And I pressed Control S, which made it disappear real quickly, which is not what I intended to do. It did like have a red thing here. I don't know. But now if I load discordapp.com, it automatically redirects to logged in Discord, which is just like one of those very, very small quality of life things that just, I don't know, makes the internet way better. At least to me. But anyway, there's like an example of something that tiny inconveniences me all the time, and just a quick fix to hack it together. But yeah, my advice with learning programming is like find a project that will inspire you to try and figure it out and finish it. Because like working on a project that you don't care about, you'll just burn out and never finish it. But if you like actually want to get something out of it, that's probably the best way to approach it. And you can just use Google to learn everything. There's examples for code for whatever language you would want to write, pretty much everywhere. Hey, what's up, Warlock Poe 24? How's your day going? Oh, that's cool, and be right back. Cool. Let's see, how long have I been streaming? Almost 2 hours. I should probably get a drink pretty soon. I haven't had any water. Oh, this is red again. Why are you red again? Oh, what's broken now? Oh, everything. Great. Oh, this test was depending on a side effect of auto update, which no longer happens. Interesting. So I should actually call auto update twice here, maybe? Make auto update work for non-master default branches. So we'll commit this change and then I'll go back and fix the other one. Actually, let's make sure that auto update works before pushing. Okay, since that's the model that I was changing. Quick and easy test, which changes the default branch, and then the fix is to just fetch head instead of fetching everything and just describe the thing we just fetched. Although, if I remember correctly, this is a feature, a new feature of Get. So when was that added? And does it matter? Precommit doesn't actually advertise what versions of Get it supports, but I'm pretty sure this doesn't work in old versions. So I'll need to come up with a better solution for that. But let me at least start the test running, and I'll leave myself a comment for that, and then we'll try and figure out what version it doesn't work in. So while that's cooking, we'll check on our other branch. Sorry, had to sneeze there. Hey, what's up, Ajbar MJID? Thank you for the follow, friends. Hope your day's going well. Let's see. Git checkout shallow fix. This is the one that was broken for the GC test. Test invalid manifest garbage collected. I think I might have made that impossible. We'll find out. Test commands, GC test. Update will clone both the old and the new repo. Okay, so that should fix one of our tests. If I fix one of our tests, it did not fix one of our tests. Why did it not fix one of our tests? Oh, because it's only cloning the new repo now, or something? How do I... How do I trigger this without, I think I need to call install, maybe? It's annoying. Or I could call clone. Yeah, because we factored out the side effect, one of the side effects of auto update, which this test was depending on. So now we need to re-trigger that new side effect. Yeah, so we could call clone here. That fixed one of the tests. Yes, so that fixes one of the tests. Oh, we don't know the revision here. Dang it. I guess we can run install hooks. Okay, so that should be enough to trigger those two side effects there. Hopefully. Cool. Alright, are there any other tests that we're failing? Just those two. Okay. Thank Precommit for fixing my imports. Oh, I wonder if this branch also fixes another bug that I've always wanted to fix. Let's see. I think if I do this and I run Precommit auto update. Oh, I need both branches combined. So let's just do this with high upgrade. A little bit weird here, but it does work now. Before it used to crash, I think. Yeah, it used to crash before. So that's an improvement, accidentally. Does that improvement cause bugs? Maybe? Maybe not? Okay, let's try and figure this out now then. in order to do that, I need to build an old version of Git. So we have this latest Git. Which we actually want to clone a deeper clone. How long is that going to take? Oh, it seems not too slow. It's a big repo though. And we're not dropping frames, so that part's fine. Okay, so let's try version 1. Let's see, what version is in rel 6? Rel 6 Git. Rel 6 comes with a 171. Oh, that's real old. Okay, prefix equals temp slash git dash 8 install. Lots of warnings. We're gonna hide the warning spam while that builds. Still going. Mostly because I know this compresses really poorly on... Oh, did it fail? Oh no. Storage size of HMAC is unknown. Oh no, that means that the libSSL version is too old. I guess I can do this in Docker then. Make a working directory and move some repos into there. This is going to be easy for me to test with pre-commit. We'll just have that. Docker run. Actually, wait a sec. We need to check out this branch. Auto update non-master default branch. We'll use Xenial because it's older, I guess. Invalid reference format. Oh, I forgot -v here. Install some packages and get working on this. Yes. Well, I wonder what version of Git is in Xenial. Maybe that one's old enough. I should have installed Git also. Well, we'll install Git once that finishes. Looks like these tests are passing at least, though, so that's good. These are probably not even started. Oh no, they're started. This is crawling along. I wish installing apt packages was faster, but unfortunately it is not. We have another minute on this? Ugh. Maybe I'll scroll through some GitHub issues instead. Make some productive use of my time. This one I haven't been able to reproduce, and I don't understand. There's apparently some... So there's this Emacs plugin called Magit? I don't actually know how to pronounce it. But it causes git literal path specs to be exported, and so commands that want to use glob path specs are just like broken. And I have debugged this before, so this is the last time that I tried to play with Emacs. And this is how I set up Emacs and showed that it was broken for this particular situation. I ended up finding the bug is this git literal path specs. This was actually on stream a long time ago, if I remember right. Oh no, this was too early for stream. No, I wouldn't have been streaming then. But it would have been a fun one to stream because it was a real head scratcher, and I had some pretty cool debugging techniques. It's finished. Don't want to install libx11. Still installing libx11. There we go. That's what I want. Just those small packages, including Perl. I guess Perl is not really a small package. Oh, it's kind of small. 3 megs. Debian splits it up. Probably for the same reason they split up Python, so you can install different parts of that. Yeah, Git is almost as large as Perl. That's kind of surprising. 274. I think that's still new enough, but that's fine. Make prefix equals pwd -j4 install. We need make apparently. And then we're gonna need something else. Curl config. Libcurl libcurl4-dev. Let's see. App install libcurl for OpenSL dev. The Gel Mega asks, "Hey, are you still tortured by Python?" GCC not found. I mean, I'm writing Python today. I wouldn't say I'm being tortured by it. I'm mostly being tortured by Git right now, which has some interesting behaviors. Oh, I didn't need a C++ compiler. I just wanted GCC. Maybe GCC includes the C++ compiler? I don't know. Okay, so this one's passing tests, but I need to fix this to do, and that's what we're working on. Is this one pass tests? Oh, mostly. Just gotta finish up these Windows tests. GCC is a C and C++ compiler. Yeah, but on Debian they split it apart. So in Debian you can install GCC without getting a C++ compiler. It's only when you install this CPP package do you get the C++ compiler parts. or like the ability to invoke CPP on the command line. Yeah, so like CPP installs this binary, which I think might just be a symbol to this, which is an actual binary. But it's a very small binary, so I assume it's just proxying to the actual GC binary. The SSL dev. We'll slowly get this building, and then it's like follow the compile errors. I guess that's what happens when you're in Docker. Although, did I document this before? Where'd my Puppet repo go? I must have accidentally deleted it. Build deps. libcurl for libssl. We'll get this one before we need it. Oh, it's already installed. Yay, it's building now. Pay no attention to the warnings. There are no problems. Everything is fine. It's because I'm building a really, really old version. What are we missing now? What's the actual error? Message format? Rich message format. Get text. That's a lot of things. Apparently I need get text in order to build get. Although there's probably some setting to turn that off. Oh, here's all the things. No OpenSSL. No curl. No expat. No something. No C99. We don't have Python. Yeah, that one seems kind of important, maybe. It seems like I haven't found a setting to disable the documentation build. Oh, did that work? Hey, it did. Okay, so we have old version of get now. So set up a virtual env. Install a bunch of packages. Alright, the test/get test does not pass. Why not? No unknown option, no GPG sign. Ooh. Is there really no GPG signing in that version of Get? That's kind of surprising. I also got a little book right now, Real-Time Rendering 4th edition. Guess how many pages this monster has? Real-time rendering. Oh, I feel like that could be a good 500 pager. Real-time rendering 4th edition. It's a nice title though, or a nice cover photo. Oh man, that's a complex model. Let's see, it's a $30 to $50 hardcover. Yeah, how many pages is it? Seems like a big. This is a review of the physical quality of the book, not the content. Whoops. 1,198 pages. Holy good God. Nearly 1,200 pages. That is amazingly large. Alright, so let me find all the places where we do this. And we'll just turn that off. What the hell is going on here? Why is Get Grip not working? $141. What does that mean? Exit 141. Sig pipe, I guess? No idea what's going on there. Fortunately, I thought ahead, and that's why we can just modify it here. Although, if GPG sign doesn't work, we don't need to support that version of Git. Probably. Building database of man pages. So I don't know which version of Git that is using. Like, I don't know if... Yeah, this is 274. Okay, so that's not the right version. Let's uninstall Git. That way we only have our version. And we can uninstall all those things, I guess? We probably need Perl, though. So let's put Perl back. Yay, but I can merge this branch now. Which fixes that issue. It's a very theoretical book. I'm gonna have quite a bit to read for my flight to Sofia for work. Yeah. Yeah, sounds like you have a ton to read. I don't think I've ever read a book that's that large. Maybe Harry Potter. How long was Harry Potter? The longest book length in pages. Oh, it's like they exactly knew what I wanted. Oh, only 766. Yeah, so not even close. It's annoying. I guess intent to add was a feature back then. What version am I using? Huh. What command is failing here? Ls remote exit code remote head. Okay, that's only used in the test, so that's fine. This seems broken. Okay, that fixed a bunch of the tests. That was most of the problems, it seems. So now we only have 7 failures. Sure, the intent to adds this else remote command, that else remote command again, and again, and again. Yeah. Okay, so these are the ls remote command and this one. And these are intent to add, which I don't intend to debug. Oh, that's so annoying. Why is that not? Why is the help not working? Whoa, this is real broken. Share. I think there's a man path, so I could actually get working help, maybe? Okay, it works the same as path, it looks like. Temp get share man. Why does this not work? This works. User contributed Perl documentation. What? That is not what I want. Oh, that's all that I installed apparently. Alright, git correct doesn't work. This file. Oh, it does include ref spec here, so maybe it works fine. Okay, it works fine. I'm wrong. Cool. That's good to know. Seems to work fine in get 1.7.1, which is very, very old, so I'm calling this good enough. And now we have our merge conflict, we'll just fix that. Because I was running in Docker, all these files end up owned by root, and so I need to use root to delete them. So that's why I did sudo here. And I also showed off a neat little thing here with command substitution. If you have bang bang, that gets substituted as the previous command. So this was the command that I ran before. And if I want to just change it to be more powerful, I can just do sudo bang bang. And it'll do that. I'll just rebase this to fix the conflict. I predicted the conflict before, even though it's just white space. This is why I don't like conflicts, because this is what we need. We need this here, and then we need this to be fetch head. And then this to be fetch head. And get rid of this side. We look at the patch here. Patch should have 3 lines of change. Yeah, so we change this, this, and that. And we have those 3 patch lines here. You would think Git would be smart enough to be like, oh yeah, the code got indented. It's close enough. But nope. It is not. So we'll push that. Okay, and then we'll work on something else while that finishes its test. Let's see, I'm 2.5 hours in. I have enough time for another patch, but I'm gonna go grab a drink, so I'll be right back, and then we'll hack on the next thing. Alright, we're back. Fiction is also easier to read since, well, it's fiction. Yeah, that's true. And reading dense technical books is a lot of work. Let's see. This one I eventually want to work on, but I think I won't get a chance to work on it here. Someone else wanted to work on it too, so I'm gonna give them a chance to do that. I don't think this is ever gonna happen. Gonna go see ya. Thanks for stopping by, the Gel Mega. After all, you have 1,200 pages to read, so get on that, bud. This one I have an interesting update to. There's a referenced issue somewhere down here. This one. So this one, if you have a commit message hook and you type out your commit message, the next commit just like blows that away, which is pretty unfortunate. But we went back and forth. We went back and forth on the issues here, and I made like a small demo that restores that commit message when it's broken. But no one has done anything with it yet, but maybe one day they will do something with it. But shrugs, hopefully someone will make something happen there. But the update that I have here is somebody found a command that makes the commit message come back easier. By whom? By Pilot. Pilot. Oops, went the wrong way. Git commit edit. Make it sound less like I'm doing that. That'll at least make this circular now. There's a lot of kind of old features that I just haven't had time to work on, like this one from 2015. Oh, this one would have been cool too. This one's just kind of annoying, but no one has stepped up with a proposal. Same for this one. Although this one's less annoying. This one should eventually just obsolete itself. This one there wasn't a proposal either. Oh, this bug. Close some tabs. This bug I could never figure out how to fix and whether it was a problem with Git or not, but it's been around since like the very first version of pre-commit. This was my minimal reproduction. It still used git crypt to reproduce, but this just like causes Git to barf internally. So I need to figure out how that one works. Looks like someone else had a similar problem. Oh, I don't want to download that. Oh goodness, no, stop. What is going on? Yeah, this is what theirs looks like, maybe? Clean filter. I don't know what this says though. Patch not applied. I see. Is this different text here? Patch failed. Yeah, this looks like the same problem with this smudge filter. I don't know. Still don't know how to fix that one. Yeah, you're running good. Oh, but what to work on? I think I'll work on this one because it seems kind of useful. What you doing? Xavier asks. Well, I just finished what I was working on before, so I'm working on a new thing now. But I'm working on a GitHook / linter runner framework that I wrote called precommit. And if you don't know how precommit works, you make a small configuration file that hooks up a bunch of linters, and it knows how to install and run them. But the things that I'm working on today is there's this utility called autoupdate. And I fixed 2 problems today. The first was this kind of funny bug, sad, silly, weird bug, where if you told it to auto-update, so what auto-update is supposed to do is supposed to bring everything to the latest version, but there was a weird bug where it kept bouncing back and forth between the latest and the latest -1. And so I fixed that bug this morning, or not this morning, earlier this afternoon. And another thing that I fixed is being able to use autoupdate for hook repositories that don't have master as their default branch. And we finished that. I'm just waiting for tests to run before I merge that. Is this your real job? Yes and no. I'm not getting paid right now. My real job, I work at Lyft. Has this dude looking at you. Anyway, I work at Lyft, which is a ride-sharing, I guess, bicycle and scooter company now. But I work as an infrastructure developer on the developer experience team. So I build tools and software that developers use to get their job done. So essentially like developer tools, developer environments, that sort of thing. And so I work a lot with like productivity tools and like linters and code formatters and that sort of stuff. And we're currently working on making Kubernetes a thing for our development environments and that sort of thing. You live in SF, right? So I actually live in San Mateo, but I work in San Francisco, so close enough. Pedantics. It's, I don't know, 15 miles away. But yeah, I work in San Francisco. And technically we use this tool at work, and so in a way like this is related to what I do at work, but this is my own thing, my own free time. I'm just hacking on it because I like to work on this sort of stuff. It's my passion project, so to speak. But yeah, hopefully that answers that question. Okay, so we're going to implement this templater thing, which allows you to use a preset of hook files and those will show up in all of your Git repos automatically. So we're going to add this init template dir command. Actually, let me look at the names of the other commands and see if there's how that will fit in. So we have autoupdate, gc, clean, install hooks. Maybe we'll use install hooks dash dash template dir. Or not install hooks, it would be install dash dash template dir. That way I don't have to add another top level command. So let's look at how is this implemented? Hardly. Oh, what is core.hooks path? That's another one. Core hooks path. This seems like another way to do the same thing. Core hooks path. Does Lyft have self-driving cars? Yes and no. Well, actually, the answer is yes. Absolutely yes. Because I guess there are ones you can actually take now. So yeah, we have the way our organization is split up is there's some chunk of our org is core ride sharing, which is the basic business around like cars and bikes and scooters and stuff, and the main like apps that you use. And then we have a separate division called we call it internally the AV team, which is the autonomous vehicles division. And they do actually have self-driving cars. It works. You can take them in a couple of places. I think the one that I know about is in Las Vegas. You can request a lift, and sometimes you'll end up with a self-driving car. The reason we picked Vegas is it's pretty easy to drive there. It's essentially you go up and down the strip, and that's it. And those are the only routes that are served by the autonomous vehicles for now. But there's more complicated places where we also have self-driving cars, but I don't know too much about them. And sadly, our orgs are a little bit split up, so we don't cross talk as much as we should between AV and non-AV. Do you use the new Windows terminal? I do not. I have not tried it before. Now available to download. That looks fancy. Let's see. Windows Store. Terminal. Windows Terminal preview. Sure, why not? Let's install it. What could go wrong? Wow, UTF-8 support in 2019? No way. Where do you want to install it? What? I can install it on my... What? I can just like install it on a different computer? Sure, why not? We're attempting to install on your selected devices. Okay. You own this app. You own this app. But no, I haven't tried the new terminal yet. I've heard good things about it. GPU-based text rendering and even emoji. Ooh. I'm glad Microsoft finally reached the year of whatever 2001 or whatever, because Command has been outdated for so long. Okay, this is not useful. It's just 15 years later. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, emojis have been around for quite a while, right? How long have emoji existed? I mean, there's always web dings. I don't care about Apple. I want, like, actual emoji. Hey, look, it's Blob. Blobby. First defined in Unicode 6. So when was Unicode 6 released? Unicode 6 release date. (2010). Okay, maybe I was off by a while. Okay, so it's only 10 years late, I guess, but still, come on. Will you use Windows Subsystem for Linux 2 when it is released? Probably not. I mean, I'll probably play with it, but I won't use it as my primary development environment. I think, like, my current development environment works great, and I don't see a reason to switch to it. And it gives me nice separation. I don't know, but I might. I'll try it out at least. I'll hopefully try it. I'll probably try it out on stream just so you guys can see my reaction to it. But I don't know. I don't have a reason to not use what I'm using already. Oh, emoticons, yeah, were used further back. I think we were seeing that on the Wikipedia page. The earliest known mobile phone in Japan to include a set of emoji was released on November 1st in 97. That's real old. This is a long article, I'm not going to read it. Okay, so we don't have to worry about Hook's path. We do, like, the thing that I'm worrying about is the template dir. Template directory. Files and directories in the template directory whose names do not start with a dot will be copied to git.dir after it is created. Oh, I wonder if I make a template dir and then... Oh, that's kind of annoying. If you set a template dir, it doesn't include any of the other stuff. That's wild. Unnamed repository. Huh. I didn't know this file existed. Okay, but that's fine. I think this is fine. I am very noob in this GitHub thing. I'm familiar with Windows programs and we use TFS in our IT department. I've used TFS before. It's works. It's a little clunky. I don't remember anything about it. I just remember I've used it before at previous company. But I don't know. I'm pretty familiar with GitHub. I spend a lot of time on GitHub. Probably too much. If we look, like, if my profile even loads. Will it load today? Nope. Let's try it again. Yeah, so I do over 9,000 things a year on GitHub. No, not print, private window. Although a lot of those are for Lyft, and so the number's probably smaller on public stuff. Yeah, still over 5,000. That's still quite a lot. My first company is Lyft. No, this is the third tech company I've worked at. So the first company I worked at was called Infor Global Solutions, which was enterprisey as fork. I worked on research and development at this company. I also worked on QA before getting transferred. The next company I worked at was Yelp, where I started as a JavaScript developer and then eventually became an infrastructure engineer after transitioning through full stack development and all that jazz. I used to work at Yelp, and now I work at Lyft. That's my employment history. What did I study? I started in biochemistry because I thought that was what I wanted to do. I also worked at the same time while I studied, so I did computer science-y stuff since I've been employed since high school, basically. I studied at the University of Michigan. I started in biochemistry, did that for 2 years before deciding, nah, this isn't really my jam, and then switched to computer science, which I had been doing on the side for forever. And the funny thing is, the reason I didn't start in computer science is I talked to a counselor, and she's like, computers are really hard, and the computer program at Michigan is really, really difficult. So you should not sign up for this. And I was like, well, I've kind of been doing computers for a long time. I don't think this is gonna be hard. She's like, no, you should, but try it later. You'll see. I wish I would have just been like, no, you're wrong. I don't take the class. I don't give a damn. Let me do my thing. But no, she talked me out of it, and so I didn't start it until my third year. And then I completed in 2 years, which was a legit struggle. But now I'm here, I guess. I graduated from Cara Deniz Technical University. I've never heard of that. I'm sorry. Let's see. Cara Deniz Technical University. Oh. As a computer engineer. And now you're studying for your PhD. Nice. Sounds legit. Hook paths. What is this? I see. You're studying a PhD on cryptocurrencies. Oh no. Why cryptocurrency? I don't mean to discourage you. I just I don't know. I have some opinions on crypto. I feel like it's one of the most wasteful things humanity has done in the last, I don't know, 15 years, 20 years. Well, then again, cars are pretty wasteful too. And most situations that people are like, oh, we're gonna use the blockchain, don't actually need a blockchain. They could get by with just Postgres or any of our other data store technologies that we've battle tested since the 80s. But the biggest one is just like the sheer amount of electricity that's gone into building essentially a not very good bank. Like I expect the whole like Bitcoin stuff to eventually bubble and fail, but I don't know. Those are my TLDR thoughts on cryptocurrency. Okay, so I think we can actually implement this template dir as a argument to install, but the problem is I'm not sure that it'll be obvious enough to run that. Maybe into template dir? I really think this should be a separate. Although all these options are like, I'd have to implement all this code again. I agree with that, but not all blockchain use the POW scheme. Others use POS. Yeah, that's fair. I'm in the technical side, not the commercial side of it. That's fair. You don't think it'll pop like a bubble? Well, I don't know. I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Just suspect that it will. Okay, so I'm currently debating with myself whether this should be a command that's like pre-commit init template dir foo, or should it be pre-commit install -- template dir foo. Or should it be pre-commit install in template dir? And then this will just look up init.templatedir. So let's see, are there any other ways that this could work? Mindful Fox says, hydration bot, have you been drinking water, you sneaky boy? I got water, it's right here. I went and got water half an hour ago, and I haven't finished this glass yet, but here's to you. If only it were like actual alcohol, then I would actually have a cheers and it would be valid, but it's not. Hydration bot is pleased. That's good. Xavier asks, your favorite editor is Nano. I wouldn't say it's my favorite editor. It is certainly the one that I currently use primarily. It doesn't necessarily mean that I like it. I understand that it's bad. I know that it's bad. I do know how to use Vim, I promise. But yeah, it's what I use. I'm actually working on my own text editor right now. It doesn't really work at all yet. This is what my editor does so far. You're not using your favorite editor. I don't know that I have a favorite editor. I think, well, I guess my favorite editor would be Visual Studio, like the full version of Visual Studio, but that doesn't necessarily help me write Python. VS Code's pretty good, yeah. I've used it on stream a couple times. But I don't know. I eventually want to make my own text editor that just makes me happy. But this is my text editor so far. It neither texts nor edits, but it does produce colors. But one day. Okay, so these are kind of the three options that I have here. This one is nice because it's explicit and separate from install. this one potentially confusing since it overloads install. It sounds like reinventing the wheel. It absolutely is. I'm absolutely reinventing the wheel if I'm making my own text editor. You're completely correct. Do I have a good reason for making my own editor? No. But I think it will be a very good learning experience, which is why I want to try and do it. Also, if it ends up being like good enough, I can maybe then stop using Nano, and then people will stop making fun of me. Is my my selfish goal as part of that. But this is why I added the command Mindful Fox. You can bang still Nano, and yes, still using Nano in 2019. The crazy thing is it's still being developed in 2019. Nano GNU. Like they're oh man, the preview text on this is just awful. Imagine a screen reader being like, ILE88 DJ, JD888888 DJ. Actually, let's like text to speech this. Text to speech. Play. Play. Why, you know. It crashed. Cool. Where's the one that's not crappy? Play.
IL88 DJ. JD88888 DJ.
DJ!
LGITE 888D.
Okay. Anyway. Yeah, last modified June 18th of 2019, so like what do you think about Google text-to-speech? Is there a Google text-to-speech? Oh, and GCP. Well, we'll see if we can try it. Oh, I don't want to actually go to my GCP console. Nope, I'm not doing that. It has been used. Let's see. I've seen it used before. Let's see if I can load the website, lyft.com. Is it .net? It's .net. I can show you one use of Google's text-to-speech, because we use it in our internal user viewing site thing. Let me see if I can show you this. I can just use my profile, I guess. Let's see. That has my phone number. Where's the name pronounce part? Oh, it's down at the bottom. Okay, so I can cover up my phone number. Or I can just edit this so it doesn't include that text. I'll show you guys in a sec. Even though I've already put my phone number on screen before, so it wouldn't be new. Sure, I can show this, hopefully. So this is our internal, like, user thing that all the employee stuff shows up. This is where my this is where my phone number will show up if the page re-renders. But we use text-to-speech for saying people's names. So I had to edit this because it was broken. But
Anthony Sotillik. Anthony Sotillik.
It gets pretty close to saying Anthony Sotilli.
Anthony Sotillik.
But it's not quite
Anthony
right.
Sotillik. Anthony Sotillik.
Like, it's decent.
Anthony Sotillik.
But anyway, that's one place where I've used GCP text-to-speech, which seems fine. Ew! Yeah, it's not that great. Also, that little Q at the end was just like a tiny bug. Like, that was to work around the bug in the text-to-speech program. But how old are you? I just turned, what was it, 28? Yeah, I just turned 28 a couple weeks ago. 2 weeks ago? what was that? Yeah, 2 weeks and a day. So I'm 28 years old and 15 days. How much do I earn? Well, I'm not gonna give that information away. But it is plenty to pay rent, is what I will say. And rent is really fucking expensive in San Francisco. How does it feel to be 28? It feels bad, man. I feel so old. It's like, what happened to all of those years? I mean, the like really crazy thing for me is just like, it's been 15 years since I've been in high school. No, that's not right. I graduated in 2009. It's been 10 years since I've been in high school. And like that is just like blowing my mind. 7 years since college. Like, what have I done with my life other than, I guess, work and stuff and open source? And I made a Twitch channel. It's my crowning achievement, guys. Is you people in chat. Do you have a girlfriend? Not at the moment. Not at the moment. We're gonna go deeper into your life. Yeah, I made pre-commit. Yeah, that would probably be my. This is the thing that I'm most proud of. Just slightly sad, but definitely. You're right, Mindful Fox. This is definitely the thing I'm most proud of. Xavier, yeah. Are you quick floor? Yeah. There's another frequent person in chat that definitely likes to ask personal questions. Yo, I'm 21 and I feel like an old man. Thanks, Jay. 21 was fun. Man, I miss those days. What did I even do when I was 21? I'm all over the floor. Yeah, we had another user who liked to ask questions. Okay, so let's get back to this. So this one is explicit. It's separate from install, and like, so that's like a plus. A minus though is it probably needs to print out get init or get config. Probably needs to print out something about init.templatedir. I think I like this one least, but it's the easiest from the code perspective. And I think I need to implement the code for this either way, because it's essentially just going to run the install logic. Another plus to this one up here is you can change. What is the option? What was the option? We can change, ignore, was it skip on missing config? Why not C++? I have actually written a ton of C++, but I haven't written much since college. Let's see. Yeah, I've written a lot of C++. It doesn't really make sense for this tool because it's a little bit hard to distribute C++. And like it's really easy for me to script this, essentially. And it doesn't even begin to start to talk about the cross-platform problems. But I do like C++. Send Me Into the Void asks, what is a pre-commit hook? I will give you the very quick demo. So let's say clone some repo of mine. I upgrade. So I've run precommit install. This will use my tool called precommit to set up a git precommit hook. I know it's confusing. The tool is probably not the best name, but it's too late for me to change it now. But what this script does is when I run a git commit, it will run this Python script, and this Python script will call some other stuff and do a bunch of other things. But the like main, most useful use of precommit hooks is to check for problems. So let's say that I accidentally got rid of this import for some reason, and if I were to run the linter, it would say like, oh, you screwed up, you got rid of this name here. But let's say that I didn't run the linters and I was going to just commit this change. What happens here is, as a side effect, and the first run is slow because it has to install everything, but a side effect of committing is it ran that script I showed you earlier. This is it setting up all of the tools that it's going to need to lint the code. There's quite a few of them because this project is, because I like to run lots of very different tools on stuff, and a lot of them are ones that I've written. In fact, all of these ones are ones that I wrote. Well, I guess I didn't write MyPy. I wrote the little mirror for it. I didn't write autoupdate, so maybe not all of them. And this is reinstalling stuff because I cleaned the directory this morning because I was debugging something that needed me to blow away the full cache. But I'll show you in a second that it's fast when you don't have that problem. But the nice thing about the precommit hooks is it prevented me from committing there. So we returned non-zero, and we'll see that we didn't commit this file. So it blocked me from making a mistake. I'll show you now that it's faster the second time, so it didn't have to reinstall stuff. But once you fix that problem, it allows you to commit. But that's kind of the concept. Hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, that's the thing. And I'm working on a particular feature right now where you can create a template directory, which makes it so that hooks are automatically installed whenever you clone a new repo. So you don't have to manually opt into them. But I haven't made like a feature that does that yet, and so now I'm going to do this now. I don't know why I didn't ask this when I started watching. Yeah, that's fair. I just sucked you in with my with my interesting banter about nothing. This one has at least a positive in that template dir will need to be set. Hey, what's up, Koenig? How's your what is today? Saturday? How's your Saturday going? I'm into personal info. I should have studied social relations. I mean, I'll give away a lot of stuff. Like, I've told you where I work. You can probably find me and murder me that way. I'm not going to tell you my home address, though. And I'm going to try and avoid telling you my phone number. But I've done that before, so... Okay, so of these three options, I don't think I'm going to do this one. So it's really down to these last two. And I think this one makes the most sense to me. I live in Europe. Nice. That means it'll be further for you to come murder me, so... yeah, I think especially because this is something that I can change, it'll be useful. Have I seen this before? Wait, I can't hear it.
Chat, I didn't get any sleep last night. So tired. I think I need a Red Bull.
Only.
Here's one. Let me take some
Look at
gulps.
the damn picture.
I feel so much better, but I think he'll have some more. I need energy. I'm still kinda groggy.
What?
Shit, my so fucking hyper. I can feel power flow through my veins. I'm ready to start the day. Dialysis.
What? No, I have not seen this before. It's pretty good though. I don't even know if I have text-to-speech hooked up with my donations. Let's see. How do I even check that? Settings? Donation settings. Login required, no. Apparently you can send gifts. I don't know. Shrugs? Might be set up. Who knows? Whether or not it's set up, I usually read the donations anyway, so ends up in the same way. Okay, so yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this init templater approach. Need to leave. It's 2 a.m. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. It's 4:20 here. But yeah, hope to see you in the future. Have a good one. Oh, you didn't follow yet? Wow. Thank you, Xavier, for the follow. After all that chat, you didn't follow? Man. But yeah, I'll see you around. Okay, so we're gonna add a new command. And the way that works is we'll start in main. Here's where all the commands are, down at the bottom. I needed to be sure, yeah. Nice. So we have install, we have install hooks, and then uninstall. And I think we'll add the command, because it kind of makes sense. Actually, does it end up ordered? Yeah, they're ordered. Hey, what's up, C Complex? Thank you for the follow. Wait, does C have complex types? Complex type in C. I don't think it did. Unless it's new. Why are you not loading? Hey, misclick. Kappa. Well, I guess there are complex. Oh, C99, that's why I don't know about it. So all of the C that I wrote was C89. Didn't have nice things. Yeah, these are all new in C99. That's how it starts. Yeah. So it's going to be organized in the code with the install code, but these are kind of related. Yeah, these are like loosely grouped by their relatedness. This shouldn't have been here. Oh, these are all over the place. Maybe I'll just alphabetize these. Because this is just arbitrary grouping. It's kind of annoying though. Okay, so what's the first in the alphabet? Clean. Move clean up till the top. And then after that it would be GC. Oh, auto update would be first. Okay, we'll move that one. Insertion sort, nice, yeah. The nice thing is I can like arbitrarily pass over them. Oh wait, I moved migrate config too? Whoops. Broken insertion sort. I above install. What is this algorithm? It's bogus sort, but we'll get there eventually. Let's see. Run lmnopqr. Yeah, run will come before install, so we can just move install down. We can move it past sample config also. And try repo. We'll keep help at the bottom though. Okay. That's in order now. Right? Is this sorted up here? No, this is not sorted up here. I'm gonna keep help at the bottom. Because that seems fine. Bogus sort with docs, yeah. Reorder pre-commit sorts. Okay, plus 38, minus 38. No up there. So we're adding our new command, which is init templater, which will come before install. Init templater parser equals parsers. Initialize hooks slash hook script in a directory intended for use with git config init.templater add subparser. It's add parser. Always mess that up. Okay, so now we have init templater, initialize hook slash hook script in a directory intended for use with git config init templater. Actually, let's see. Set up hook script in a directory intended for use with. Seems a little less wordy. Maybe install hook script. Sure. Okay, so now if we run that, init templater should crash. Namespace has no attribute color. I think I need this. Do I always need the color and config options? Let's see, does this one have it? It does. Why? I don't know. I guess it's always needed. Actually, let's see what happens when we don't use it. Namespace has no attribute config, so it is necessary for some reason or another. Not implemented error. Cool. So we gotta go down here. Oh, I should sort these too. No. Alright, so we get to see my awesome sort again. Let's see, auto update goes there, uninstall goes to the bottom. These get moved above install. This needs to change to elif. C CGI. Okay, I think those are in order now. We need to add init templater. Return init templater. I wonder if it will use this overwrite. We won't have this option. We will have this option. I don't know yet. We'll need at least hook type though. What did I do? Okay, we'll import this from here. Yes. Yeah, so it'll get jammed into this install uninstall file, which unfortunately just seems to grow. Because before it was just install, and then it added, and then uninstall got added to this, and then install hooks, and now we'll have init templater, which has hook type. So now we should be able to run that. And it does nothing, yay! Why does it take so long? What are you doing? 350 milliseconds? Oh, I bet it's package resources. Yep. Package resources. Install, uninstall, init templater. Yeah. I'm not gonna call it that. Maybe I should just make a separate command and import from install. Yeah, I think I need to add an option here to make this work. So we'll add a get dir option here, and it'll default to none. And when it's none, it'll use this. Yeah, I think that's going to be the approach. I'm going to go get another drink, though, so I'll be right back.
If you talk all the time, you'll never hear what anybody else has to say. And therefore all you'll have to talk about is your own conversation. The same is true for people who think all the time. That means, when I use the word think, talking to yourself, subvocal conversation, the constant chit-chat of symbols and images and talk and words inside your skull.
Hydration bot is pleased. More water. Okay. While grabbing water, I convinced myself this should not be here. So we will make an init temperature.py. Good old Alan Watts. Wait, who's Alan Watts? Oh, the guy in the song you're listening to. Oh. Didn't even know that. This is the line from that, right? Oh. Huh. Had no idea. But now I know. Thank you for my, thank you for the history lesson. Dope. But yes, I convinced myself that init temperature will be its own type. He does a ton of stuff and is in a ton of these chill songs now. Nice. Seems legit. Should be hook type. Okay. Don't need this anymore. Don't need this anymore. Okay, so it is successfully doing nothing, which is good. So now, at this point, now that I have the command working, I think I'm going to write some tests for it. Actually... Oh look, I alphabetized these, but not anything else? Good job, past me. You did it. It is successfully doing nothing, which is great. It's probably something that only makes sense to programmers. Yeah. It's also like constant state that I really like. Constantly, successfully doing nothing. Well, I'm gonna have to make these all return integers at some point. Oh well. At some point I'll be able to get rid of this argument. Anyway. Yeah, I was gonna write some tests. Test commands init template dir test. So what I want to do is I want to set up the template dir, I want to configure it, and then I want to ensure that pre-commit is installed in that. Well, actually, more accurately, I want to ensure that a commit which has hooks succeeds. So I kind of want to do a full install and run, maybe? Like this? Well, that's not so bad. But I can skip install. Yeah. Is there an environment variable? Get template dir. Okay. I could set this variable. So I kind of need to influence this somehow from afar. That equals make consuming repo. Oh, I just thought of a weird thing. I think all of my commands work with no arguments by default. So install works by default, install hooks works by default, uninstall works by default, clean has no arguments, gc has no arguments, autoupdate works by default, migrate config works by default, run has a default behavior, sample config has a default behavior. Actually has no arguments. Try repo requires no argument. How does that work? Oh. Okay, so I can make a required argument. I just didn't know that I had one before. Okay, cool. Try repo has one. Cool. Init template dir. Stir template dir. Which actually need to set that up. Are these in weird orders too? Oh, I guess we always get color and config up at the top. That's probably fine. Have you applied for GitHub sponsorship? I have not, Nacho Challenge. I started filling it out and there's just like so much work to make it happen. I do think it would be good for me because I feel like someone might sponsor me, but that button doesn't do anything. Oh, now it's on waitlist? Great. But yeah, I had to fill out all these questions, which is like a lot of work. But let's see, follow updates at least once a week. Manage mailing lists? No. Moderate chats sometimes. I guess I do manage a mailing list once in a while. Well, I don't manage it, I just interact with it. Sure. Contribute to open source projects at least once an hour. Oof. I review PRs at least once a week. I triage and respond to issues at least once a week. I make feature requests. Probably once a week. This was the hard question for me. Why am I interested in being sponsored? The thing is, like, I don't really need to make money from open source. I mostly do it for fun. So I would need to come up with a good answer to this other than I would like extra beer money. But I'd have to think about this. I'd have to write a good answer to this, is essentially my qualm. This is where I stopped last time. Because I can answer this fine. And I can answer this fine. And that one's optional. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll set it up. Exactly, you are overqualified. I like money. Yeah, I want to like actually write out a good answer to that. But I'll put it on my to-do list. Let's see, wiki to do. Put it at the top. GitHub sponsored. Shit. It's P0, do it now. You guys do not want to watch me craft an essay on stream. Although then again, you watch me write code, so it's not all that different. But yeah, maybe I'll do that. Thank you, Nacho Challenge. Although I haven't done anything else in this list, and if we look at the previous revision, it was June 8th, so I'm pretty far behind on my to-do list. But yeah, I should put this on. I can find the link later. It's not that hard. But yeah, maybe I'll do that. Or I will say that I'm going to do that. No, Mindful Fox, you used the wrong words there. You gotta say, it's blocking me. It's blocking me. Ugh. It's that thing just like pisses me off so much when people are like, "Oh, I'm blocked. I can't do any work." It's like, no, you're just not clever enough to figure out a different way to do it. Directory in which to write the poke script. Should have it first. Init template there, -- help. Oh, I'm not in the virtualize. That's my system pre-commit. Oh, it doesn't matter which order these are in, because it always ends up first. But whatever. Actually, what did I do for try repo? We ordered them nicely. Okay. Call init templater. We will Patch the environment. Can I use env context? With env context, patch is a interval of 2 tuples, which is key get template dir and value, which we're only using this as a string, so we'll just store it here. Template dir. Maybe? Me IRL. Oh man, I love me IRL. Engineering manager, how long do you think this will take? My brain, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Shouldn't take too long. Man. Yeah. Why are you reporting in this photo? I'm in this photo and I don't like it. The problem is sometimes it doesn't take too long, but then I was right all along. Let's see. Oh, it's a private function. Dang it. Oh, I bet this test fails on non-English machines. Didn't even think about that. I didn't realize that get produced localized output, which makes sense. Like, I don't know why I questioned that. Private functions in Python? Yeah, it's not truly private. It's private by convention. But I kind of want this. Which, oh. Which means that I should probably make this function less, less private. Although, I hate when people do this, where it's like, oh, I need this function, it's marked private, I'm just gonna unmark it as private, and then use it. It's like, no, that was private for a reason. Wow, this gets used in a lot of places. But it's blocking me. No, stop. No. Oh, this part's important. Oh, what is this git commit? Privacy in 2019. Lol, what? We'll just steal this from the other test. Although I should really factor it out into its own thing. Like, I don't even know why this is separate. Like, when do I ever use the other function? Oh, apparently lots of places. Hey, what's up, Nacho Challenge? Thank you for the follow. I will do the sponsorship, I promise you. It will happen. I don't want to promise people. I'll make it happen. This API is so weird too. I don't know that I want to actually expose this elsewhere. Maybe I will just not use this. We will just call commit ourselves here. No worries, just wanted to let you know. Yeah. Yeah, I know about sponsorship. In fact, when they announced it, Marietta? Is this her? Did I spell her name right? Oh man, I hope I spelled her name right. Yeah. Marietta was one of the people who was the first that announced the sponsorship. And she has quite a few sponsors, as is shown here. Wait, it just like cuts off? That's so lame. One would hope that it would just like show all of them. That's annoying. Hey, what's up, Sarcastic Dante? I'm back to listen. Oh, I see. I'm now your putting you to sleep sounds, right? This is pretty shitty though. Like, GitHub should show all the sponsors and like give me a way to click through and look at them all. It's like, if it's just because I don't know, Marietta has a lot of sponsors. So. Maybe this page will show it. No, this is just like a fancy page. Huh. Not to shill or anything, but during the first year of sponsorship program, they double the donations. Yes, they do. I did see that. Huh. I can put like custom stuff in here. You want me to not crash and burn. In return, you'll get 1 hour of one-on-one video chat with me once a month on any topic you like. That's actually legit. I'll also mention your sponsorship on Twitter. Ooh. It looks a lot like Patreon. Yeah, it's the same deal. It's the same idea. But at least it's like baked into GitHub, so it's a little bit easier, I guess. The other like kind of neat thing about, or that rolled out with the sponsorship product is you can add sponsorship badges to your repositories. Now it looks pretty clunky when you click on this. Like this is a little bit jank, but like PyTest you can fund either through Tidelift, the subscription-based model, or the like one-off model through Open Collective. I'm a huge fan. If you didn't notice, thanks. Oh, you mean a sponsorship? Yeah, it's a great product. I'm such an idiot. No, I get you. Yeah, sponsorship's pretty cool. Oh no, I resized my window. No. Of both, I promise. Yeah, no, I got you. It's all good. I knew what you meant. Oh, this is gonna bother me. It's like 3 pixels off. Accidentally resizing windows, worst. Oh, what? Our Open Collective has a balance? It was 0, like, not very long ago. Huh. Huh. Cool. Marshmallow, their project is super into Open Collective, which is awesome. Oh. What? How does that work? Using a gift card from TripleByte. How does that work? Anyway, our collective has things, so that's a thing. Well, I'm already half asleep. Thanks, Anthony. Perfect. I'm doing my job, sarcastic Dante. Yeah, I don't know how you would like. Why would you want a gift card for Open Collective? That seems very, 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 very strange to me. So we should be able to TripleByte gives their candidates an open source donation. Really? That's awesome. Still awake in 2019. Is that really a thing? That sounds awesome. TripleByte is giving every software engineer accepted on our platform $75 to donate to their favorite open source projects. Huh. That's pretty awesome. Huh. That's awesome. I'm glad they're doing that. They're like a recruiting, interviewing platform, if I remember right. Get offers from top tech companies. Oh yeah, you take their quizzes and then, Oh. Oh, apparently Uber uses them to hire. Interesting. Twitch does. I didn't use TripleByte to apply to Twitch, but I did remember that. Oh, Lever. What a bad product. I guess it worked. It wasn't great. The recruiting tool. Wait. Lever is a recruiting tool, using a recruiting tool to recruit people to work on the recruiting tool. Be confused. Sorry to the viewers that want to see code. Okay, yeah, code. We'll do code. Let's see. Command output mocked pre-commit home. Git commit. We have to go deeper. What does TripleByte use to recruit? Yeah. They probably use their own product, if I had to guess. Let's see. TripleByte careers. And we can find out. We're working to build a process for identifying let's see. They they use Lever. So Lever uses TripleByte uses Lever. So we have the cycle is complete. Does Pre-Commit have an open collective? We do, although I don't know that I've ever accessed it. Pre-Commit open collective. And I think all of the donations have come from the Marshmallow Project. And it currently only is me, so... but yeah, there's a subscription that comes from Marshmallow, which is pretty cool. But yes, there is a pre-commit open collective. I haven't set up enough with it. This is also on things that I should do at some point. But yeah, I think it's funny that this goes to Lever. Should I be their director of product engineering? No. Engineering and product, the same thing apparently. Anyway. That's that. Okay, let's make this happen. Actually, I think I want to call this git commit command. ret equals get commit. Function equals command output mocked pre-commit home. Tempter factory equals tempter factory. Actually, what? Where does this function come from? Oh, quargs are passed into the function. I see. A little bit indirection-y. Should I donate to Python to pre-commit? Oh, never mind, it expired. RIP. Oh well, next time, Mindful Fox. Okay, so I should not be using this command. I should be using git commit. And allow empty is already passed. Standard error equals standard subprocess.standard out. Okay, so we should do this. And that's what we want. And then we should expect to see the pre-commit output when running this. In theory. So let's try this to start. So let's put a breakpoint here. Nacho Challenge, thank you for the subscription, my friend. I don't get subscriptions very often, so thank you very much. It's greatly appreciated. It definitely helps the channel out. Well, it helps the channel out. I mean, I do this for fun, so anything that I get out of this just like entices me more to work on streaming and contribute to open source. So thank you very much. It's greatly appreciated. Oops, that is not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Test commands init templater test. Got multiple values for that argument. Yeah, that makes sense. It's because I didn't fix this. It should be directory and hook type. Make consuming repo is not defined. Testing. Oh man, all of these functions that I just don't have imported. Thank you for the good content. You're my first subscription if that means anything. Wow, awesome. welcome to Garbage Island. Anthony taking first times Kappa. Oh man, would not be the first, sarcastic Dante. I know how to pick them apparently. Okay, that should get us to being able to run the tests. so this is where this gets set up. And there's no git hooks there, which is... Oh, that actually makes so much sense now. Sorry, something from like 4 years ago just clicked. I can show you the bug report for it, in fact. Maybe. OS error, maybe? This person sent me a private Yelp pastebin. Awesome. Wow, this used to break? Oh no, that still breaks. Yeah. Yeah. What was it? I guess I could look at the blame. Definitely wasn't in this one. Oh, I adjusted this. Try that. Trying to find the commit. Sorry. Bit of a tangent here. Just choose a really young one. Yeah. 234. That must be the issue number. 234. Yeah, so Freeman install crashed because the hooks directory was missing. And now I know why. Because if you have template dir set and you don't have a hooks in your template dir, then you don't end up with the hooks at the end. So I've finally figured it out. It has only taken me 4 years, but feel much better now that I understand that. But what I wanted to do is collect the output that I expect if someone had run pre-commit install. And then continued this. Return code output error. Ashhook in output. Okay, so this should be our failing test. And it is indeed. So now we can go about implementing the template dir. I understand some of those words. Okay, yeah, let me explain it a little bit better. So inside the .git directory is where Git maintains all of its like private state and also where Git hooks get installed. They get installed inside this hooks directory. By default, there's a template in user share Git core templates. So this is what gets set up by absolute default on modern Git. It'll always set up these 4 things, and their contents will be populated. But if you set the template dir to something else, then these don't necessarily get set up. And there was a bug in a very, very old version of pre-commit where this directory didn't exist. And I didn't quite understand why at the time, but at least I was able to reproduce their issue. but now I understand why this is possible in a normal situation. In fact, because I just reproduced it. But yes, so that's where my brain went crazy there. Understand a little bit better now. Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully that explained a little bit better. But let's see, what was I doing? Okay, we have a failing test, so I was gonna go implement for reals now. Teaching others, you're never gonna be a 10x engineer. Yep, rip, never happening. I can't possibly become one now. Also, this is a brand new keyboard, so my keys can't be worn out. So I'm definitely not 10x engineer. And I don't know, this isn't black, this is purple, so don't have that black background going. Still 10x engineer in 2019. Yeah. Still. Okay, so we need to pass. Oh, we need config file and store. Dang it. Oh, that's annoying. We're not going to use the values though. I guess we do use the values. That's obnoxious. But anyway, we'll need config file, store, overwrite equals true, hooks is false, hook type equals hook type, and we'll need skip on missing config equals true. I did not know pre-commit before today. Looks awesome. Thanks. Yeah, it's my baby. I hope you like it. It definitely like changed how I develop in a very positive way. Yeah, so we'll add a get dir option here. That's how we'll fuel this directory thing. Yeah. Now this should crash for 2 reasons. Babies are usually ugly. Yeah, that's pretty true. This is no exception. Wow. Type of this parameter. apparently it's not conf, it's just config. There's not config, it's just conf. And then get dir. Why is that the only config? Oh, conf? Oh, why is it only conf? I don't know. I didn't write that code. Someone else wrote that feature. Skip on missing conf equals args.allow missing config. One of these things is not like the other. Why did I not... Why did I not correct this during code review? These should be named the same. There's no reason for them to have a different name. Dumpster fire, yeah. Well, I can't fix it now, I don't think. Skip on missing conference, yeah. Actually, I can make this long. I can make this config. But I wonder what... I can't easily change the hook template, unfortunately. Oh, this one is spelled out. Alright, we're spelling it out. There's no reason for it to be derpy like that. Making things better. Gotta go, 2 a.m. in Denmark. See you all. Thanks for stopping by, Nacho Challenge. And thank you for the subscription again. And I'll hopefully see you around. It's named better now. Good night, my pleasure. But yeah, have a good one. Okay, so we need to pass getter into here. Why didn't that pass this time? That seems weird. Oh. It's because I didn't fix this. It works! European viewership pod. Yeah. I feel like I get a lot of people from Europe, which is cool. I like Europe. But it also probably means that I need to like stream earlier to capture my audience, you know? But yeah. Yes, sarcastic Dante says yes. I guess I could like I think realistically I could probably stream early on Sundays. Lots of yeses in the chat. Or I could stream earlier on Saturday. Problem is, like, I currently have a routine, but I guess I could. No, maybe we'll try it. We'll try. Well, I don't make any promises yet, but we'll maybe try it next Saturday or next Sunday. One of those days, I'll try and do an earlier stream, 24-hour stream. Maybe when I become a partner, then I will do 24-hour stream. Okay, what is my morning routine? Okay, so my Saturday routine is usually, and this is what I did today. I will get up, I will burn through my open source email until it's inbox 0 or like inbox I don't care about fixing this right now. Then I will go for a run, and oh, that reminds me, I didn't update my spreadsheet for today. Yeah, update my spreadsheet. Shush, go away. Don't get up, fixed. Then I usually go for a run. Today I did... Oh, I'm logged into the wrong account. Today I did 7 miles of running, which means I'm up to exactly 200 for the year, which is way less than I wanted it to be. And most of that is because of this chunk of time where I think I was hurt. Yeah, I think I was injured. What did I hurt here? Oh, I think... Yeah. I went climbing and I like slammed my shin into the wall and then was just like couldn't walk. It was really bad. You're not logging time. No. I really should just like use Strava like everyone else, but I wanted a spreadsheet. I have logged time for when I did when I do races, I time them, but I don't time anything else. So like this was my 5K that I did, and then last year I hurt myself, and then I stopped training. But I was up to 30 miles a week. Holy shit! Wow. Can you stop hurting yourself? Yeah. That's up to 30 miles a week. That's crazy. I'm doing like 15, 16, 20. 30 miles, man. I was in much better shape then. But yeah, like I did a half marathon that, due to wackiness, was actually 14.2 miles instead of 13.1, which was a mess. Story points. Yeah, these are my running story points. No, don't edit that. Only in Fibonacci numbers, of course. Yeah, is that really what we got here? Kinda. Yeah, story points only in Fibonacci. I see. Yeah. But yeah, I should stop injuring myself or going on vacation. This one was a vacation, so that one's a little bit different, but. And this was, I don't know. Oh, this was. Oh, it was cool. Oh, this was the rain. Do you remember the rain, Mindful Fox? This is when it rained like every day for like 3 weeks straight. So I didn't get to run there either. But that's why I did like bike machine, because like I couldn't even bike outside because it was miserable and wet. Doesn't estimating in story points mean you're hurting yourself? I mean, doing anything in story points means you're hurting yourself. Oh, did you mean in the other sheet? The other sheet I did actually kind of have story points. Like if we look at the 2018 sheet, these would be my story points, which is where I was like trying to set a goal for how much I run in a day. That way I meet my training goal for my marathon, but I eventually did not, which is why, oh, this makes way more sense. I've connected the dots now. But you can see like all these yellow days are days where I did not meet my story points. You're absolutely right. But I didn't set story points for this year, so any day that I run shows up as a dark green. What's after your morning run? Oh, right, yeah, my routine. After my morning run, I usually do either laundry or grocery shop or make breakfast. I realized I should probably eat, well, I don't know. Running on an empty stomach is not necessarily a good idea, but I usually do that. But then I'm hungry afterwards. Laundry on a Saturday? What's wrong with laundry on a Saturday? Or is Sunday laundry day? What day is laundry day? What day is laundry day? What? Sunday's not a traditional day to do laundry. Monday is wash day, Tuesday is ironing day, Wednesday is sewing day, Thursday is market day. There's a song? What? That's Sunday's business. I see. I didn't know there was a day that people like to do laundry on. What the fuck is this? Yeah, I don't know. Some WordPress article. Here, I'll send you a link to it. You can read through it. Well written and fun. Thanks for sharing. It's like boomer blog comments. Dear SS, thanks for that bit of lore. Oh, there's a National Laundry Day? Even though National Laundry Day and Tax Day, I'm gonna land on April 15th. Remember to keep those two activities separate. No money laundering, guys. Okay, that's enough of that. 2009. Yikes, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so this test passes now. What was I doing? Coverage, erase, coverage, none. Typed out that whole long command, and I don't have coverage. Okay, so it fully covers that file, which makes sense, because it doesn't really do anything. I guess we can read template dir. Config init dot template dir. Turns non-zero. I guess I can just ignore it. Git config init dot template dir. Ignore the return code. Real path? What do you eat for breakfast? It depends on the day. My most common breakfast meals are pancakes, which I usually make my own wacky recipe for. My current recipe is, well, I don't actually I just throw things in a bowl, so I don't know the actual proportions, but I just feel it out for what's right. But my current recipe is some flour-based mix, and then cornmeal, which gives the pancakes an interesting crunchy-ish texture. and then like nutmeg, cinnamon, and the thing that I've been trying recently is almond extract, which actually goes really well in pancakes for whatever reason. And then often I'll put like a white chocolate chip or like butterscotch chips or some like sweet chips into it. But that, like, sometimes all of those are optional. Also, sometimes I'll put oatmeal into it. I don't know. I like pancakes. So I often have some like very intricate pancakes. Vodka. Yeah, I should put vodka in pancakes. Actually, I had a good story. Well, I don't know. It's not really a story. It's just like it happened once. I forget where it was, but there was this place that sold, it was this restaurant, and it was a breakfast place, and they had alcoholic maple syrup, and it was great because you could basically just get like drunk on pancakes, and it was amazing. How many flapjacks does that yield? I usually just make it for myself, so I try and make like 2 or 3. But I can just like put more into the bowl and make more, or like put less into the bowl and make less if I want to. But since I don't measure anything, it's all just kind of like a guess at the ratios. And if it turns out well, then it turns out well. If it doesn't turn out well, well, it's just me eating, so I'm the only one that it makes sad. So, but yeah, so that's one of the breakfasts that I have a lot. Another one that I have a lot is oatmeal with peanut butter. I know it sounds weird, but it's so good. It's so good. I especially like the what is it called? I think it's called maple cinnamon. I know this is like weird, not oddly specific. Yeah, you can search that on Amazon. If I can spell cinnamon right. Well, they can fix it for me. Yeah, maple brown sugar, that's what it is. Maple brown sugar. This stuff plus peanut butter is so good. So good. So good. So I eat that pretty often. The other thing that I'll eat is Greek yogurt. And I guess even with Greek yogurt, I prepare it in several different ways to keep it fresh. But my most common is Greek yogurt with like a couple little shakes of nutmeg and sometimes a drop of vanilla. And it's I usually do 0% Greek yogurt. And those are my common breakfasts. I also really like French toast, but I don't feel like I have enough. Like, I can never want to spend enough time to actually make French toast, because at that point I would just fucking eat the bread instead. But yeah, those are my breakfasts. After breakfast, I usually either catch up on the open source emails that I've missed while doing all those other things, or I prep for the stream. But often, I spend 2 hours where I just don't do anything. But usually for the stream, it's just sound check, test recording, set up the music, change all the tags on Twitch, arrange all my windows and stuff. Do you have an indoor laundry unit? Yeah, I have laundry in my in my house. I actually own those laundry machines, so they're mine. Which incentivizes me not to move, because moving laundry machines is a royal pain. Do you use Octobox or something else for managing open source work? What is Octobox? I just have them all go to email. And if they sit in my inbox, that means I need to work on them. I only have 2 in my inbox right now, and they're both really old, so I should probably just delete them because I don't think I'm gonna get to them. Let's see. This is one of them. And what's the other one? This is the other one. And I haven't done either of them because I really just don't care. So the first one is, and I helped write this up, so it feels like a lot of text, but it's actually not that much. We want to add -- platform to pip install and pip wheel, mostly to replace a tool that I wrote called pip custom platform. pip custom platform, which I don't even know if it still works because I haven't used it in forever. But the idea behind pip custom platform is you can name your wheels however you want, and then install just from those wheels. So you could pre-build for a bunch of different Linux platforms. By default, all Linux x86 64 is forbidden to upload because it could mean literally anything. But pip custom platform was my way to solve this. So it adds like a platform tag. It'll also automatically guess platform tags if you're on a common distribution. So like on Ubuntu Trusty, it'll make this tag by default, which is pretty cool. But anyway, we want to basically upstream the parts of this that are amenable into pip, and so that's what this proposal is about. And my friend Chris and I wrote out this essay about why this would be great. Apparently, some people like it. Some of those are Yelp employees, so it makes sense. Oh, Cooper likes this. He's at is he the Cooper that I'm thinking of? That's at Facebook. Yeah. Wow. Cool. Maybe Facebook would like this feature as well. He's super Australian. He's a really nice guy. I finally met him in person at PyCon. Crazy small world. But anyway, yeah, like something like this would be pretty cool to support. But yeah, hasn't really gotten any traction since 2018. Oh yeah, this guy's handle used to be $6.99, and I can definitely I makes sense why he changed it. It was a good move on his part. But $6.99 was a pretty funny handle. But yeah, I think I was working on a PR for this, and then I just never finished it. Yeah, I just never finished it. Well, I worked on it this year though, so maybe I'll take another stab at that. But that was that one. This was the other issue that I wanted to work on, which is the ability to download 32-bit Go on Windows. But meh, I don't care about Go on Windows, so I just never finished it. But yeah, I mostly just use GitHub or Gmail inbox to manage stuff. And if it gets deleted from my inbox, then I'm no longer thinking about it. And I only follow certain projects that I care a huge amount about or don't have a high level of traffic. So like I follow everything in the Pregamin organization and everything in my organization, but for instance, PyTest has too many, like absolutely too many comments and stuff that flow through here, so I just periodically check PyTest's issues and pull requests like once every couple days. Sometimes once a day, or like when I ran the 5.0 release, I checked it like once an hour. Which like maybe was a little excessive, but I wanted to make sure that there weren't any major regressions. Yeah, that's how I manage that. This was that PR from earlier, so we can merge this. Okay, so let's not do this yet and write a test for it instead. So basically what we want it to do is check the output as to whether they have template dir set up or not. Yeah. How is this gonna work? And init template dir. Cap out, I think is what we called it, which is the my capture output fixture. So we should have some output from this, and yeah, and then we'll add some more output after this. Get dot split lines. Starts with init dot. Actually, this should be a warning, maybe. I don't know. This test will already fail, so we'll go from there. So undo some of this. Output dot right line. Init dot template dir. That's not how it is. It's template dir. It's not set to the target directory. Run git config global. Maybe directory. Oh, now there's 3 lines. Actually, do we print any output when it doesn't happen? I feel like this should be a warning, but I'm not sure. I'll play with the command after we get the test passing, and then we'll go from there. Lines 0. Yeah, let's try that. Test init template dir does not complain when set. Test init template dir already set. Set up config in there, and then init template dir. Which takes a whole bunch of arguments. And output not found. Okay, that should test this now. So we should get no output in the case that it's already set up. Which is clearly true. Oh, we need out.strip. Ah. Okay. That seems good. So let's say I did pre-commit init template dir temple, and it crashes. That makes sense though. I think we can avoid this as well. Maybe. We'll try that in a bit. What do we need? Store and config. Store and directory. Config file. And then store. Oh, this should be the abs path, though. Hey, what's up, Tetris1337? It's going, my dude. Bro, that's so bro, dude. Whoa. Totally, man. Yeah. Yeet, yeah. I wonder if somebody bought the domain yet. Nope. Yeet.com? No, we're not gonna open random URLs that Google is suggesting. Even though I bet it's off the hook. These should be warnings, probably. Oh, the music stopped? No, this one's just quiet. I need to rewrite the logging at some point. I really don't like the logging module. What's on the menu tonight? I don't know what I'm gonna have for dinner. I think I'm gonna go out, because that sounds like something to do. But I don't know. What's on the menu tonight? Tetris1337 asks a very pointed question. What is your favorite code editor except Vim? Well, joke's on you, bud. I'm using Nano right now. But, I don't know, Nano isn't a great editor, but it is the one that I'm currently using. My favorite editor of all time is Visual Studio, full version Visual Studio. This is not that. Oh, this is Nano, right? Nano, right? Right? Am I recognizing characters finally? Yes.
Nano.
I'm an idiot and very nice. No, it's fine. It's fine, my dude. But yeah, I currently use Nano. It works. I do know how to use Vim. I like Vim. I'm just not as good at using it as I am as Nano. Okay, so this should have broken my test, but it is the output that I want to see here. Oh yeah, Mindful Fox, in order to implement that emoji command, I needed to make my bot subscribe to me. Which, is pretty great. So I'm subscribed to myself. Wow, rude. What's Nano? Keeping track of this account. I remember a time when no one cared about the type of editor being used. We were too busy getting shit done. Like me, getting shit done. Oh man, those were simpler times when people didn't judge me for using Notepad. Got him. Yeah, you got me, sarcastic Dante. Look at me finally pasting random stuff into into Translate. What is this blank emoji? Oh, it's just broken. It's supposed to be Kappa Pride, but it's just not rendering for me. Huh. Weird. Oh, when you paste a YouTube link and put SFW afterwards, I'm really, really tempted.
We bring in the studio this
Oh, I've seen this.
one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr? Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Good morning.
morning to you.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay. You are a transgender.
What shows that I'm gay?
Oh
you
my
are
god.
a transgender, and
Yes,
you're
I
a
am.
gay rights activist and an outspoken lesbian, homosexual. How can I describe you? Now we're looking at the raging debate. You're a gay rights activist.
I've
Why
not
should
seen this
someone
before.
be gay? You're having a girlfriend.
Yes.
Do you perform the natural obligations?
I'm not sexually active right now.
So what are
By
you doing with
choice.
this lady?
By choice.
By choice.
I've just.
Oh my
not
god, this is so
chosen
cringe.
to engage.
Doesn't that make you gay?
What do you mean? Doesn't that make me gay? I am male and attracted to a female.
So who is gay?
I'm gay.
I had not seen that before. But, wow. Yikes. You open with that line, right? Yeah? What a start to an interview. Wow. Yeah, just wow. Alright, so let's, how do I want to set this up? Pre-init init template dir. So it should complain, and if I run this command, oh, I should say init.templater in here. Okay, so command broken confirmed. Templater. I regret watching that. I feel dumber than I was 3 minutes ago. Same. You and me both, bud. Cool. And then is it pre-commit template dir? It has a hooks and a pre-commit. And this is normal. And so if I git clone some random repo, get a pre-commit, no, we'll do pypa/pip. Then we'll just make a commit in there. Seems good. And then if I clone something that has a pre-commit config, What is a repo of mine? Yes, QA. Wild. It works. Cool. This test should be broken. Oh, right. So that didn't. There we go. Now the test will be broken. Or now it'll be fixed, I guess. Whatever. Hey, what's up, Kinbiko? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I can't believe we watched that video. It's works though. Every follow counts, yeah. You know, I thought about this a lot, Sarcastic Dante, and I feel like I need to come up with something new. And so for now, I'm just saying nothing. Or I'm saying thank you. Because I do actually appreciate every follow that I get. It means more people to show my open source software to. But I don't know. I felt like the things that I used to say were r/technically the truth. Is that actually technically the truth? Oh wow, this is a very big subreddit. Last used tomorrow. I just realized that my butt is just a really shitty 3D printer. I feel like this is just like shower thoughts, but different. Yeah. It's yeah, it's good. Actually, let's run cover to make sure this is still good. Yeah. Oh, this is such a good change. I'm glad we rewrote this variable name. Oh, but I bet we broke one of these tests. Ding 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 ding. Fixed. GIF link with WTF after it. Alright, we can watch this one. There's nothing bad about this. It's just like, wow. Like, what? Pluck's mouth is huge! Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the dumpster fire. Looks like a wolf. I mean, technically the truth. Looks like dinner. Oh, no. Why do we still have failures here? Hey, don't throw that back at me. Thanks for the follow. Have you tried pre-commit? Yo, that'd be so on brand for me. Thanks for the follow. Have you heard about our Lord and Savior pre-commit? I also need to like customize the message and image that show up because it's still the like what is it? I can rerun this one and show it. It's still the like zombie. I said rerun and show it. Twitch, what you doing? Streamlabs, why? What is going on here? What are you doing here? My brain might crash. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing as well. I don't know why these tests are failing. Because I didn't change this code. Well, I kinda did. Kinda did, but also I kinda didn't. Welcome to the dumpster fire. King Mihai, I'm working on a so I'm working on a framework that I wrote called Precommit. Are you a human? Can you move your hand? Yeah, I'm here. I'm real. I am not the robot. I'm working on a framework called Precommit. Precommit is a I didn't mean to click on that. Whoops. Precommit is a GitHooks framework where you basically configure it with a repo and some hooks and stuff, and it runs and installs and runs a bunch of linters and formatters. And I'm working on fixing some stuff related to it. And I don't know why there's test failures, but we'll get to that soon. He's a bot, don't mind. Yeah, I'm a very special bot. What in the fuck? Oh, rip. Oh, I should have noticed this was yes, no. Oh, it was so good at the beginning though. It was like so good. But then, rip. Do you have like 10 monitors and on 8 of them it's all numbers like in the Matrix? I do have 2 monitors, but not 10. I guess I can... Oh, how am I gonna do this? How can I show you without showing my entire room? Because I don't wanna show you the mess that's in my room. Just, oh, I know I can show you. I have my computer build images. Where's that folder? Build. This is my setup. Although I have a nicer keyboard than this now. But yeah, this is what I see in front of me. And there's my streaming mic off to the left, in the same position where it is right now. But that's that. Notepad++ wants to update. Some other time. I know, vertical monitors. I don't like vertical monitors either. But it was the only way it was gonna fit on my desk, so I got a vertical monitor. Do you have NASA servers in your room? 10 is 2 in binary though. True. That gave me anxiety. Yeah, thanks. Oh, you mean the glass thing? Yeah, it gave me anxiety too. Hey, what's up, Ashisha Dav? Thank you for the follow. Have you tried pre-commit? No. Are you that type of hacker? I don't know. I'm not really a hacker. Do you ever get burned out / sick of coding? Sometimes. Very rarely. I think like most of the times that I've gotten sick of coding was just because I was on a project that I didn't like at work, and so I would work on other code that was other stuff. What the fuck is that thing in your left? I don't think it's a monitor. Oh, okay. What more can you do? Can you do like keyloggers, hack a site, denial of service, SQL injection? I mean, I haven't broken into things in quite a while. Mostly because I realized that there's not much money in it, and I would rather just like do nice things instead, I guess. But I have done all 4 of those things at one point in time. Actually, fun story about keyloggers, and I don't know that I've told my parents this yet, but I used to be locked out of my own computer as a kid. There was a user account that was my username, but I didn't know the password, and then there was an internet filter that that filtered my internet. And so, and the internet filter was awful. It was so bad. Because what it would do is it would take all the text on the page, like remove all the white space and all of the special characters, and then run a regex over it. And so if you saw like Mars Explorer, it would jam this together and then realize that the word sex was in there. And so I couldn't view web pages that were like about Mars exploration. Just like, I don't know, it was really bad. So it would just like break everything. And so what I did was I set up a keylogger on my own computer, and I was like, I need to actually view this web page. And they're like, okay, we'll turn off the internet filter for a while you do your homework or whatever it was. And so they typed the password in, and since I had a keylogger set up, my keylogger found their password. And so then I didn't have an internet filter after that. As for the like user account passwords, that was a little bit more involved. Oh yeah, I still remember the password because I typed it all the time. The password was the year my grandmother on my dad's side was born, or the birth date. So it was 1892, January 21st. So this was the internet filter password. I also happen to know the birth date of my great grandma, I guess. But my user account password was different. The first one I just guessed. So I used to spend like an hour a day or so just like sitting in my room guessing passwords. And I eventually guessed it, and the password was like the name of a childhood dog. And then with that password, I was able to set up an admin account that had my own password, only in safe mode, because I didn't want my parents finding out that I figured out the password. And so with that, I could extract the SAMS file from the Windows registry stuff, which is basically like the password hash for your user account. And then I downloaded what are called rainbow tables. Let's see, Windows SAMS file rainbow tables. I don't know if this is still a thing. But basically I downloaded some stuff and like burned a DVD. Yeah, the SAMS file. Okay, I'm not making this shit up, I promise. But yeah, you would basically dump these SAMS files, and then you would grab this is a Windows-based one. Apparently, I used a Linux boot CD that booted into this rainbow table cracker, and it basically had a bunch of pre-generated hashes, and like within seconds it would guess the password my parents put on. Are you ever gonna tell your parents about the keylogger? I probably will at some point. I don't know if I've told them this yet either. I think this one I told my dad about, maybe. I don't know. By the end, I'm pretty sure that they knew that that I had cracked their passwords, because the last password they ever set was this. I know you know. So I'm pretty sure they were onto me, but at the same time, it was like, it was very sweat drip. Like, do you actually know? But it should have been obvious at that point, because my aunt locked herself out of her own computer because she legitimately forgot her password, because she has Alzheimer's, and she needed to log into her account to get important documents off of it. So did the same procedure that I did with my parents' passwords, and sure enough, I was able to recover my aunt's password. King Mihai asks, do you like snakes? I mean, I've never owned a snake. I'm not afraid of snakes. They're kind of cool. I prefer amphibians, but snakes are cool. Only dead snakes, yeah. Only github.com/dead snakes. Is this a Python joke? This is a Python joke, but I don't know where this do you like snakes is going. Thanks for the follow. Why are you gay? Not doing that. I do like frogs. Frogs are by far my my favorite animal. I used to, as a kid, like my favorite thing to do was go to the local retention pond and try and catch frogs. And I had frogs. I had my own pet frog. Amphibians, yeah. Amphibians are a subset of animals. Have you licked any toads? No. No, I have not licked any frogs. Although, I had a hard time spelling the word like for the longest time, and so, like, I used to just, like, spend lots of time in, like, MS Paint, and there was probably at least one that said, like, I lick frogs. Thanks for the follow. Do you perform to natural obligation? Do you have Chinese parents? No, I do not have Chinese parents. I'm a mostly Eastern European mutt. I'm like 3/8 Italian, and then a mix of like Czechoslovakia, German, Polish, and yeah, basically. Kingdom Animalia, bitch? Yeah, that's right. That's right, Kinbiko, you know. You know you can inflate frogs like balloons. Apparently. I mean, I know some things, King Mihai. That doesn't mean that I'm, like, stupid smart. You make me feel stupid in here. I'm sorry, friend. You don't have to feel dumb. It's okay. Yikes. 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 Teach me how to do keyloggers, please. Keyloggers are easy. Keylogger. You just install them. You can get a hardware keylogger or a software keylogger. Let's see. Hardware keyloggers are a little bit easier to use, in my opinion. Like, this is the simplest keylogger. It's tiny. It's, like, legit tiny. But you just, like, plug their keyboard into it and then plug that in. So it's kind of hard to notice. This one apparently has Wi-Fi support, which is pretty cool. But the basics for a keylogger is it just, like, records all your keystrokes. Software keyloggers are a little bit different. Usually it's just you install the software. Yeah, here's an example. You, like, install the software and you tell it when to turn it on, and it just records data, and then later you check on the data that it recorded. But the hard part is, like, getting this onto someone's computer. Or, in my case, it was my own computer, so it was really easy for me to do it. But all of these, I forget which one I used, but, like... Oh, that was the other funny thing. When I installed the keylogger on my computer, my antivirus software noticed that it was a keylogger and tried to remove it. And so I had to disable the antivirus software. I'm talking the other keylogger. Someone downloads the program and presses on it, and boom, your passwords are mine now. Yeah, same deal. Like, you would embed this in some distributed software that the user would install, and then installs the keylogger. Yeah, it's hard. It's not easy. I didn't say hacking's easy. Which is why another reason why I don't necessarily do it anymore. But anyway, I want to try and figure out why this test is failing. Oh. Is this why it's failing? File exists. Oh, I know why it's failing. It's failing because... Oh. It's failing because of my git config. Oh, that's annoying. It makes sense though. It makes complete sense why this is failing now. Which means that I need to add template. Is there like a no template? Specify the template directory from which templates will be used. See the template directory below. Can I use template equals dev null? Git init template equals dev null. Warning, templates not found. I guess I could use template path. That'll fix that, maybe. Use the empty directory I just created as the template. Oh, but now this test is gonna fail. Oops. This test should pass now. Oops. Nope. Still doesn't pass. Oh, that's a problem. That's annoying. But the reason it's failing is because my git config now has this option in it. And if I comment this out, the test will pass again. But I need to somehow ignore this. Oh, I think I know what I can do. Let's see, what was the precedent for that? Git init man page. Oh, I'm so far behind on chat. Oh no. Why do you need a keylogger? FBI, open up! I better not answer the question. I don't like cold rooms with bad people. To prevent cheating. To give it to your girlfriend. Oh, that's sneaky. Don't get caught then. Yeah, that's the easiest way to get out of it. How do you know when to do the parentheses or the quotes or the $sign? Oh. Like here? Or like when to put this? I don't know. It's just like, I've learned the syntax and then I apply the same concepts over and over. How do you know when to do that? It hurts my brain. Just sprinkle some in your code and hope it works. Yeah, that's pretty much what I do. Okay, what is the precedence for template dir? Okay, cool. Get template dir overrides that. So I can just set that. In pytest.ini, right? Get template dir equals O. But we need it to be a directory that exists. Does this work? Is it always at that place? Let's see what it is on Windows. Git ls, let's see, user share git for templates. Nope. What? Oh, so it'd be in here? Hmm. How do I get install prefix? If you do all the coding, what will happen if you open the program? I swear to God, if I watch your live stream 10 more minutes, I might pass out. Why is this so complicated? Or is this always on Windows? It is always on Windows. Git -- man path is good. That's close to what I want. Info path. This is tiny. Let me make this bigger for you guys. Is it faster to work like that with bash commands, or is it better to use a text editor like VS Code? It depends on the person. I work better with terminal commands, mostly because I don't have to like context switch as much. But some people are much more efficient with their editor, and some people embed a terminal into their editor. So like VS Code, you can use a terminal from. But I like terminals. I like terminal editors. So I really don't understand how a human can understand all of this. GitHub, is this a porn site? You know. Yeah. It sounds the same. Harvard wants to know your location. I love to watch all those slutty semicolons. Alright, guys. Alright, that's enough. This is close to what I want. What is exec path? That's not what I want. Git retrieve default template directory. I don't know how to make this happen, unfortunately. I guess I could make an auto use fixture. Scope equals session, auto use equals true, set git, what is it called? Template dir. I need to use this tempter factory. And I don't remember how it works, so we're gonna figure out how it works. linter factory. It's this thing which has make temp. Okay, that seems fine. Get template stir to this. So I'm basically just going to set this variable by default globally to this value, and that way it'll always use an empty template directory and it won't depend on the user's configuration, is the goal there. Whoa, hey Dalrite, thank you for the raid with 39 people. Wow, I guess I better explain what the hell is going on and why I'm using Nano. Yikes, here we go. Oh boy, I'm so far behind. Anyway, I'm working on a GitHooks / linter runner framework thing. It's called Precommit. I created it. The basic idea behind Precommit is that it's kind of annoying to install a bunch of linters and manage code formatters and all that shenanigans, and so this tries to automate as much of that as possible. If we scroll down a bit in the docs, the way it works is you set up a configuration which lists what tools you want to install and like what versions they're at, and it manages installing them and running them on all your files for you. So for instance here, we installed a bunch of different linters including Black, Flake8, an import reorder, some code upgraders that I wrote, we have some checks for RST, a bunch of other stuff like that. But that's the basics of Precommit, and I'm working on a very particular feature of it today, and that's what's going on. Oh, and Nano. Let's see, what else have I missed here? Dalrite's off eating. Well, thank you for the raid, my friend. Dalrite's really great. You should check out his stream. He does security stuff. He spends most of his time working on a router application, or firewall, that's what it is. And he was doing some JavaScript last time I was watching his stream, and the fuck is this shit? What is going on? My favorite thing about Dalrite is he's always mad at his code. I love that about him. He doesn't write the code, he beats it into submission. But yeah, I love watching his stream. It's a real fun one. And yes, it is Nano. I am a noob. I don't know how to computer, so I use Nano. It's not entirely true. I also know how to use Vim. I'm just less efficient at Vim than I am with Nano. But look, I can quit Vim, guys. I'm also working on my own text editor, which is not nearly done at all yet. But it has this one feature so far in that it can print colors, and eventually it will be an actual text editor. But until then, it's just a color test. But anyway, that's that. Guess it was the pranks. I'm wondering how you jumped so easily to the line. Oh, I see. Yeah. Sometimes I forget to use incognito, and sometimes it takes me 15 minutes to delete all the history. You want me to do that Matrix shit? Yo, you could set up a script to delete your history. That wouldn't be so hard. Okay, does this test pass now? It does. That's good. So I made the tests work independently of my own personal settings. Oh yeah, I guess I should explain what I'm working on, the weird feature that I'm trying to build. So, one thing that's kind of annoying with Precommit right now is every repo that you have to clone, you have to intentionally install the Git hooks into that. So, let's see, let me turn off this feature for a second, then bring on. So let's say that I git clone some repo that's mine. And normally to install the hooks, what did I do wrong? Connection refused. I've been banned from, oh, I spelled GitHub wrong. GitHub. So it has this pre-commit configuration, which we saw before, which just configures what linters I want to run. But without setting anything up, it doesn't run the hooks at all. It doesn't install anything. And so you normally have to do pre-commit install, and then that'll install the Git hooks. And then next time you run it, it'll execute all those things for you. But the thing that I'm working on is making that not necessary. The idea is you set up a template directory, and let's see, if we reclone that, what the template directory does is now if we look in here, it automatically set up the pre-commit Git hook for me, and I don't have to run pre-commit install. It already knows to do stuff. That's what I'm working on today. I'm just finishing up the last little touches of that. Oh, and catching up on chat. It's like a program to install all the dependencies. Yeah, it is kind of a package manager dependency management tool. That wasn't the original idea, but it kind of grew into that, and I think it does better at installing dependencies than its original goal. Because its original goal was just like Git hooks and stuff. But now it knows how to do other stuff. Oh wow, you're really efficient in Nano then. I thought you were joking. No, actually, I do actually use Nano. I remember when I opened Command at school and everyone called me a hacker. Yeah, well, Command does look like the first time you run it, and if you don't know what it is, like, this does look super hackery. Like, wow. No, Control D doesn't work there. But yeah, Command.exe kind of looks pretty hackery. I don't know that this looks as hackery. It's purple. Scripted delete history isn't hard. Stop saying that. I mean, Chrome has a button. Yeah, you're right. Why are you using io.open? Which file were we looking at? This one? This one? I forget which file you were talking about, but I can still answer the question. This will finish eventually. Oh, is it in this window? io.open. One of these files. This one? We'll assume it's this one. So the reason I'm using io.open instead of just open is, unfortunately, pre-commit still supports Python 2. I don't know why Chrome does that. It really bothers me. But yeah, pre-commit still supports Python 2, unfortunately. And in Python 2, they backported the Python 3 open semantics to the IO module. And so, in fact, in Python 3, the implementation of open is actually the function from IO. But in Python 2, io.open has different semantics than open. So io.open is false. And the main difference in the semantics is Python 2, let's say just devnull. The type of what you get from IO is Unicode in Python 2, But normal open, dev null, read. But yeah, but in Python 2, the normal open will give you stir, and stir is bytes, which bytes is a binary type, and generally you want to work with text types when you're dealing with text. So I use io.open for that reason. But it also makes the semantics more reasonable between Python 2 and Python 3. What Windows is this? This is Ubuntu, but I'm running Windows, just Windows 10 on my main computer. This is a virtual machine. Ted phone here, white flag is raising. Good night. Thanks for stopping by, Scarnet. Hopefully I'll see you around. Never seen anyone grok nano like this before. Yeah, I might be one of few. Dirtree super hacker. Wait, what's Dirtree? Is that the command in command.exe? Is that what we're going to? I mean, dir looks like super hacker. I don't know what command dirtree is. Is it a POSIX command? Dirtree. I mean, there's tree. Tree looks super hackery. Nano 1, I think your bot is broken. Well, you found the first key thing to programming in that all regexes are broken. You want to see how that command works? Nano. Yeah, so it looks for word boundary and then nano and then word boundary. And so if you have nano 1, there's no word boundary there. Hey, what's up, Scarnet? Thank you for the follow. Oh yeah, you just signed off, right? Well, thank you for the follow, friends. Hopefully I'll see you around. But yeah, so if you have nano 1, 1 is not a word boundary, so that's why the bot doesn't complain at that for you. It's very, very primitive. And it doesn't understand Japanese, sarcastic Dante. Maybe one day it will. And then we can get nano. What the fuck is wrong with this bot? The bot is very, very special. But that's how it works. The command is tree. Yeah, that was the command that I ran. It's pretty good. Tree is great. But I don't know that there was... Is there a tree in command.exe? Tree. Oh, there is. Stop. Is this because... Oh, is tree a built-in in command? I didn't know that. Tree command.exe. Oh! TIL. I didn't know that was a thing in command. I know the tree command in POSIX, but... Or not in POSIX, in core utils. Core utils, right? Nope, it's in its own separate package. Is it part of core utils? Where's the copyright info? Author. Oh, apparently it was copied from OS2. Interesting. Did not know. Capital Windows broke the bot. Yeah, it's not it's case insensitive. Don't tell me you actually did the coding. Yeah, I wrote the bot. I wrote the bot on stream actually a while ago. Yeah, it was fun. I wanted to learn async IO, so I decided to write a Twitch bot using async IO, and it mostly works. There's like one bug that we haven't figured out yet because it doesn't happen very often, but I have a like to do about the bug, which is sometimes it just loops forever and prints out an infinite number of these arrows. So here's what the bot looks like when it runs. So like any command that shows up here will show up in chat. It's slightly delayed from actual chat for whatever reason, but this is where it shows up. Yeah, and it runs all this code that I wrote. Some others have contributed. There's been several contributors to the chatbot from chat, but yeah, it's neat. My trick: use a small L instead of a capital I. What is this JavaScript looking Python? Get out of here. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about async.io yet. I was not convinced that it was good from writing my Twitch bot. In fact, it was really hard to debug, and I don't even know how to start testing it, but what is this? Close some tabs. What was I doing? I think I was running this test to make sure it still fit or still passed. And then running my other test to make sure that one still passed. Hey, what's up, OP Scripter? Thank you for the follow. Are you actually overpowered as a scripter? I think I'm overpowered as a scripter. This is the test that I want to make sure still works. Cool. Cool. You gotta make anti-cheat for CSGO because no one can. That's the real challenge. Yeah. I feel like online games, especially computer games, are too easy to cheat at. Also, CSGO, like, is there even like a big org that would stop them from like, does someone make money off of CSGO? I don't even remember. It's been a long time since I played. I was really bad. I was awful at CSGO. My friend Chris, though, he is very, very good at CSGO. He also spends a lot of time doing it. But Anthony looks like a shady hacker at night. I mean, I could turn off the lights, and then we could get real shady in here. Or I could be like a nice emo hacker. Like, oh, man, life is so hard while I sit here and hack. No. OP Scripter, no, I do not live up to my name. Ask Dowright. Yikes. Yikes. Game is full of hackers. People are buying skins 10,000 per day, probably. Wow, that's a lot. Is CSGO like a computer science clone of Pokemon Go? Sounds dope. No, it's a Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike Global Offensive. How long ago was this out? 2012. But it's still an incredibly popular game. Is that the one with hats? No, that's TF2. That's TF2. One of the most expensive knives is $4,000? Wow, they monetized the hell out of that. Type Steam charts on Google. Oh, is this like player numbers of all time so you can see like how many people are playing CSGO? Whoa! Lots of people play CSGO. Holy shit. Wow, people are still playing Rust? That game was so good and then so bad. I'm surprised it has that much of a community still. I used to play Rust. I haven't played Rust in a long time. I like started playing when it was like super alpha-y and like super broken. Back before, like back when you would, oh, what would you do? You would get the blueprints and stuff. And I don't know if that's still in the game. But I started playing because there was a YouTuber that played it, and it seemed like a fun game. And it was fun when I played, and then like it was just hacker after hacker, and it was just like, well, this isn't fun anymore. Unless you find like a private server to play on. Wow. It's crazy. But yeah, seems cool. Get blueprints, build base, raid with C4 rockets. Rockets weren't a thing. It is fun, yeah. I did quite a bit. You mean the programming language Rust? Yeah, that's why you have to search Rust game whenever you search for anything about it, and then Rust lang for the programming language. Oh, man, it always bothered me because they would be completely different. But yeah, I've written a little bit of Rust lang as well, but not enough to actually like know nice things about it. But yeah, I guess I've played both of the Rusts then. Go is even worse for Googling. Yeah, they picked literally the worst programming language name. It's just like, Go string. And it's like, oh wow, it actually worked there. But I don't know, a lot of times you just get like complete garbage and it's completely ungoogleable. So then you have to type like Golang, and then not everything refers to it as Golang because it's the Go programming language, not the Golang programming language. It's like, ugh. Google, please, why did you pick such a bad name? Yeah, let's rant about that. You Make Me Moist asks, do you drink Bang? I don't think so. I've never heard of it. This looks fancy. Is it an energy drink? I bet it's an energy drink. Fuel Your Destiny, natural flavors, super creatine. Yeah, it sounds like an energy drink. I don't drink energy drinks. I like water. I like beer. I like wine. I like vodka. I like root beer. I like cream soda. That's about it. Those are my usual drinks of choice. I guess I drink milk as well. What else? I don't know. Hot sauce. That's my drink of choice. Can you check a screenshot with CSGO skins that people actually buy them? I don't know. No idea. Unsweetened tea, that is my jam, and beer. Nice. Yeah, I also like I like unsweetened tea as well. I don't drink coffee. Holy dear God, why are these so expensive? For like, they're like cosmetic, right? Or do they have actual like in-game mechanics that are different? This is crazy. I don't know why you would spend so much money. All cosmetic? Rare patterns? It's crazy. Based on the drinks you drink, I'm guessing you're not in the Bay Area since you didn't mention LaCroix. I am actually in the Bay Area. I live in San Mateo. But I grew up in Michigan, the good old Midwest. But yeah, you're right. Everyone is like fucking hooked on LaCroix here. Everyone loves it all the time. It's just like LaCroix this, LaCroix that. I have a coworker who averages like... So he'll come into meetings and he'll bring cans of LaCroix with him because he knows that he's going to drink about that much in the meeting. And he'll come up with like 2 or 3 LaCroix per meeting. And it's just crazy. He drinks so much. King Mihai, thank you for the follow. Yeah, why was you not a follower? What's up, my dude? Thanks for following. LaCroix tastes like when your foot falls asleep. That's so true. Oh, man. Hey, what's up, Batch Drav? Thank you for the follow. It tastes like when your foot falls asleep. Yeah, it's so true. Man, I really do not like carbonated water, though. I get, like, in Europe, it's super popular. But I don't know. I feel like I drink it and I'm more thirsty. And, I just don't like sparkling water. I don't get it. The worst was, I was in Italy and, it was like 100 degrees every day, or like 38 degrees every day. And so my dad and I, we have the same genes. I sweat a lot. My dad sweats a lot. Like, we constantly need water. And so like we would like plan out our route around the city by like being like, oh, I bet we can buy water here. But one time we were in like kind of in the middle of nowhere, and there was this one bodega like place, and they only sold sparkling water. And so we were just like, well, this is how we die now. Because it doesn't hydrate you. It makes you more thirsty. It was the worst. No, we did eventually find non-sparkling water, and it was all good. Midwesterner here too. Nice. I was born in Cleveland. We don't talk about that. And then I moved to Michigan when I was like 2, and I was there until I moved out to the Bay Area. And I hope to move back someday because I don't know, the weather here is nice in that it doesn't rain very often, but it's also so boring and there's no seasons, and sometimes I just want a thunderstorm. Sometimes I just wish it would rain here, but you know, what are you gonna do? Did you hear about the best country in Europe? What is the best country in Europe? If staged. Am I gonna have to Google it? Moldova. It's the #1 in Europe. Interesting. Why is Moldova #1 in Europe? Poorest country. Oh no. Apparently it's not #1. Unless... Oh, it is. Wow. Nominal per capita GDP. What does that mean? Is this in US dollars or... Wow. Yikes. My country is the best, prove me wrong. No, I mean, it does say #1 right here. So, you got me. I forgot your country existed. Same. Same. You and me both, Kinbiko. I did not remember it existed either. Yikes, me too. Okay, so we added this init template dir function, or this new command. We modified installs so that we could reuse it. Rename this variable. We added the command to main. Then we added some tests. And we fixed the name again, and we made sure that the get or the tests don't depend on this being set. What more can you do in this hacking program? This is not a hacking program. This is a developer tool. Implement. Pre-commit. Init template here. I'll have to write docs for this, but seems good. Oh, and this is why git hooks are useful, because they tell you when you do stuff wrong. But we'll. So it auto-fixed some of the stuff for me. So this is what it did for me automatically. Put a comma there, reordered this import, reordered these imports. Awesome, I don't have to alphabetize. What more can you do? Can you make a really bad virus that can destroy someone's PC? So I do actually have a story about that. When I was first moving to the Bay Area for my internship at Yelp, I was looking for a place to live while I was there for the summer, and so I was using Craigslist to find a place to live. And I basically just like applied to every place that was within my within a reasonable budget, which I think at the time I was aiming to do like less than $1,500 a month, which is pretty hard to find in San Francisco. And I guess it wasn't that hard back then because this was like 2012-ish. But that was my budget. And so I applied to like basically everything. And this one guy contacted me and was like, yes, I can get you this at this place. And it was like way cheaper than it should have been, at like super expensive, super nice neighborhood. Like there was no way that was actually a legitimate thing. And so like I was like, well, maybe it's just like a diamond in the rough. I'll figure out what's going on here. And so I talked to this dude, and he's like, all right, well, in order to apply for this, you need to send me this Word document with like your social security number, and you need to wire some money to this account. And I was like, this seems like a trap. And so I like looked up the guy's email address and found that it's part of this like scamming ring, and I was like, oh hell no, I'm gonna fuck with this guy. I'm gonna get him. And so what I did was I took his Word document that I was supposed to fill out. And the cool thing about Word documents is you can write Visual Basic script in them. And so I wrote this VB script, like tiny bit of malware, that what it did was, well, first it deleted every file in the home directory, and then it then it beeped incessantly. So it would just be like, start beeping, and then it would open up, I think it was 100 browser windows of just like the worst like shock sites you can think of. Just like imagine the worst things you could see on the internet, and then it just opened those in a bunch of browser windows. And yeah, I never heard back from the guy after that. But I hope I did some justice in the world with that. Echo armorf / to remove French language pack.sh chmod plus x. Yeah. I do like to demo this on stream sometimes, in that you can run armorf / and you can survive it. If you run it without any arguments, it's like you need to run with this argument, so of course we can run it with that argument. And it spews a bunch of stuff, and ls is gone, cat is gone, but you can still kind of poke around the file system. Let's see, what is in Etsy? Probably just resolve.conf. Yeah, but you can still like kind of still work with your broken shell after you armorf / and it still kind of works. But and you can also recover it too. Do I have a script for that? I think I have a script for that. Python, let's see, docker ps. Let's see if we can recover it. Docker, let's see, Python 3, add user space. Container and source. So source will be Ubuntu. So it started as Bionic. Let's turn it into a Xenial Docker, because why not? And then the container is F47. Does this script still work? We will find out. Permission error. What could go wrong? Sudo. It's my own machine with things that I know what I'm doing. We got past the first part. We should have ls back? Yeah, we do. And we've turned this into a Xenial container with a version of Bash that's different than the version of Bash installed. So we have 4.3.14 installed, and this is 4.3.48, which is interesting. But anyway, that's armorf /. I just keep pressing F5, dude. That's how all the pros do it. But yeah, this is pretty cool. You can safely armorf / and Docker. Oh, and this script here is on GitHub somewhere, where it just like splats a user space onto a container. Add user space to container. Oh, that's not what I wanted. So if you want that script, here it is. I don't know what this permission error is. I suspect I need to exclude some more files in some way, but didn't do that, so looks like I already excluded some of the stuff, but there's apparently more. What were all the directories here? Dev, Etsy, proc, and sys. So I should probably also exclude proc, sys, etc. Although it crashed up here, so like that didn't work either. I don't know. I'll debug it some other day, but... You didn't reply. Can you DDoS someone? What did I run? No, I don't need help. Google Chrome. I mean, most of the idea behind destructive denial of service is like acquiring a bunch of machines and then sending a bunch of traffic at someone. Which, if you can acquire a bunch of machines, the second part's pretty easy. The acquiring a bunch of machines is kind of the hard part. Have I ever run a denial of service attack? There was a long time ago when this wasn't really a denial of service attack. This was more like abusing people's quotas. So I don't know if this website is still around, but it was called FreeBB. Was it called FreeBB? Maybe it wasn't. But anyway, it was a place where you could host internet forums on. And we realized that if you sent enough requests to your forum, it would put you over the quota, and then they would stop serving. They would just like shut off that website for the rest of the day. And we figured out that F5ing a bunch of times on... I thought the first D in DDoS was distributed. Yeah, it is. So we just realized that if we F5'd on someone else's forum website, that they would take it down for the day, which is kind of a denial of service. And it was distributed in that like several of us participated, but that was so long ago. That must have been in like 2004. Yeah, 2004. But and then of course like pressing F5 is so much work, so I wrote a script to do it for me. But reported, yeah. I need to buy root and then type a guy's IP in there. No, that's not quite how it works. They took down their own site instead of rate limiting traffic, so it was like a third-party hosted free forums, and so the third party didn't rate limit. They just like they would just like be like over quota for the day. This was early days of the internet. Rate limits like weren't really a smart thing that people did. It was 2004. It was the wild wild west. But yeah, that's essentially how it works. Fixing my lines being too long here. And I think that about wraps up this feature. Just make a pull request for it. Easiest way is to go here, I guess. Because I want to maintain my PIX buffer, because I know there's 2 commits on this, and GitHub is going to give me the crappy default text here. Resolves 1084. And also denial of service with Python. Yeah, I mean, anything that can make a HTTP request, Python is certainly capable of doing that. Why are you not running tests? What are you doing? Run my tests. Run my tests. There we go. Why'd you paste some Python 2 in the chat? What are you doing, man? Python 3, my dude. Yeah, sure. I'll explain what this code's doing, and then I'll probably wrap up. Because I've been streaming for 6 hours now, and I'm not quite a machine like Dowright. I can't stream for that long. This is very primitive attack code. It's not even very good. So, if we're gonna make it at least Python 3 compatible, I need the semicolons. Where's the other semicolon? Okay, so what it does is you pass, what is arg2? You pass a path as the second argument of the script, and the domain is the first part of the script. And so what the script does is it runs a for loop which calls attack 1,000 times. And what attack does is it opens up a socket. This is how requests are made, or TCP stuff. Then connects to the socket using the host name that was the first argument of the script, and then port 80, so it's always doing HTTP. And then it sends these bytes, which are a GET request and the host header. And then it just closes that. That's all it does. It's not a particularly good attack, but it does kind of work. Sarcastic Dante. So technically, if you run a CI for each repository you own on Azure Pipelines with a script that tries to send a request, you could use Microsoft machines to attack Microsoft websites. Yes, technically true. So how do you get the first domain? So let me just put this at 1. Range 1. We'll just run this one time so you can see what it does. Python t.py, so you would do like example.com and then /foo. And of course we don't actually read this value. So let's show what the response would be. recv takes at least one argument. How does this work? Workspace. I know I had to do that in my Twitch bot, right? recv. Is this just a big number? Maybe? Yeah, okay. So we made a request to /foo, and then it returned these bytes here from example.com. So that's what this does. That's how that works. But yeah, I'm done for today. So let me do my spiel, and then I'll find somebody to raid. Send you guys along on the raid train. But my name's Anthony, and if you missed any part of the stream and want to catch up on that later, I upload my previous streams to youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. It's 7 o'clock for me right now, but I need to go eat dinner because I'm hungry. But yeah, I upload previous streams to Anthony Writes Code on YouTube, which is the same as my Twitch channel. So if you like the content, subscribe there, follow here, etc. I also have a Discord where we hang out and shoot shit about programming and meme about stuff, and it's kind of fun. So if you want to check out the Discord, there's a bang Discord command in chat, or you can find the link below. I also announce the streams in Discord and usually stream on Saturdays at 1 p.m. My time, although next week we're going to try something different. I'm going to try and start earlier for the European peoples. But I also announce my streams in Discord and on Twitter. My Twitter is twitter.com/codewithanthony. Unfortunately, it can't be Anthony Writes Code because Twitter doesn't let you have handles that long. Wait, can I ask you something real quick? Yeah, sure. Real quick. One last question. But yeah, they didn't let me have Anthony Writes Code because that's one character too long, so it would have been Anthony Writes Cod, which wouldn't have been great. Who is a guy, Biscuit or Bisquit? What? I don't know what your question is. I say biscuit, and not biscuit. Something like biscuit. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. But anyway, I'm gonna find someone to raid now, and I'll send you guys along there.